samen doen hier. Up in. We're going to start off with our mission statement, our morning prayers. We do that. Call them to our prayer. Then we'll be opening with the Sagkeeng singers. Council. And our mission statement, the Sagkeeng Anishinaabe leadership will promote a safe, healthy, inclusive environment for our staff and members to enhance our community and protect our Anishinaabe, our way of life. Sagkeeng Anishinaabe leadership vision is a culturally proud and unified, self-sustainable community. And our Achievement Council welcome you. Okay, at 11 we'll be doing our election laws. We're going to be reading, I'll be reading through this itinerary as we go along. We'll be doing our election laws, Achievement Council portfolios. We'll be doing the TLE and specific land claim projects. Sorry about that. We'll be doing the TLE and specific land claim report. I'll be reading the memorandum. We'll be doing project updates on TANCO, Great Metals, nuclear decommissioning. Then we'll have lunch. At 2 p.m. we'll be talking about the lawmakers and the Canadian nuclear decommissioning presentation by Carl Monte. At 3, we'll be doing the economic development update by Achievement Council. And by Mamawina, purchased by the band, the community visioning project. Then outbreak at 4, we'll be doing a tree one tachyon update. But that will be presented by the Achievement Council. There will be door prizes. We'll have a closing prayer and a closing song, and hopefully we'll get out here by 5. So I'll read the mission statement of the memorandum of Sagkeeng Anishinaabe memorandum from the metallic law. This memorandum provides a brief overview and update with respect to settlement negotiations involving the TLE and surrender claim. The same general process is being used to assess compensation for both claims, which involves land appraisals of the land claims to determine their values, and the loss of use of the study to access Sagkeeng's lost opportunity to capitalize on the claim during the respective claim period. So the treaty land entitlement is a very important situation for our community, and we need your input. We need your involvement, community involvement, key to this situation. Sagkeeng's TLE is filled with specific claims tribunal, but the hearing process is in abeyance as a settlement is being negotiated with a specific claims branch of the Crown, Indigenous Relations, and Northern Affairs Canada. Some key events that occurred in the settlement negotiation process and within the past year include Sagkeeng filing a declaration of claim within the specific claims tribunal. Canada claims liability and agrees to negotiate a settlement with the TLE, and Sagkeeng submitted a settlement proposal to Canada. On September 19th, Canada does not accept Sagkeeng's settlement proposal. We want a proposal. We want a land appraisal. The parties agree on a parcel of land that represents a TLE claim plan evaluation process. October 2020, present parties negotiate terms of reference for a current unimproved market value study for the TLE land claims to determine their value and the cost for Sagkeeng to acquire replacement lands. In August 2021, a negotiator from the specific claim branch is appointed, Ryan Morin. Ryan Morin is seeking a mandate to settle based upon Sagkeeng's 2019 settlement proposal, updated December 31st, 2023. Parties are commissioning a phased CUMV study in the event that Canada's offer to settle is unacceptable to Sagkeeng. Our current status, Canada's negotiator is pursuing a mandate to settle Sagkeeng's TLE based on Sagkeeng's 2019 settlement. Proposal updated to the end of 23. Sagkeeng's July 2019 settlement proposal updated to the end of 2023. We expect to have some response from Canada by the end of the summer. The parties initiated the CUMD study to indicate Canada's offer is ultimately accepted acceptable to SAGE. If Canada's financial offer is acceptable, we will draft and negotiate the final terms of the settlement agreement when the parties have agreed on a draft. The draft settlement agreement will be put to the citizens of Sagkeeng for ratification. If negotiations break down or Canada's offer is unacceptable, Sagkeeng may return to the specific claims tribunal to seek a final and binding decision. And that PLE is going right back to our specific land claims on the surrender claims from the mill. Now, the 1923 and 26 surrenders claim. The background on this is the claim alleges that the Crown breached its statutory, fiduciary, and honorable duties to Sagkeeng in relation to the 1923 surrender to lease 574 acres of land for 99 years, and the 1926 surrender to sell 390 acres of the Fort Alexander Indian Reserve. Well, the two surrenders occurred at different times. They were part of the same chain of events that led to Fort Alexander's land being sold to the Manitoba Pulp and Paper Company. For the purposes of settlement discussions, the parties have agreed to assume the lease was valid and was placed until its natural expiry in 2022. This claim also involves the illegal use of Fort Alexander Reserve shoreline by the Manitoba Pulp and Paper Company for the purposes of log booming during the claim period. A key event to this is a settlement of the surrenders claim is being negotiated with a specific claims branch, with the same negotiation being assigned to the PLE. Some of the key events are as follows. On November 2019, on November 12, 2019, negotiations commenced. On February 12, 2020, discussions of loss of use of modeling began for several heads of damage, as well as the inclusion of unauthorized use of Sagkeeng Reserve or log booming as subject for compensation. On January 29, 2021, negotiations begin for the terms of reference for a fair market value study of claims land. March 21, 2022, Canada accepts that damages flowing from log booming will be evaluated for compensation. August 4, 2022, parties finalized terms of reference for an FMV study of land claims. Parties jointly agreed to retain expert that year to conduct the study. November 2022, FMV study commences. The current, right now, the draft, the FMV report is expected by mid-May 2023, last month. While the appraisal is underway, we have been working on the methodologies for the loss of use studies. There are several heads of damage that must be assessed for the loss of use components of compensation. The main losses will accrue from the use of lands as a subdivided town site and a pulp and paper mill. Other heads of damage include losses from the sale of produce by the Fort Alexander Bandit and Mill, as contemplated by the parties to the 1923 lease. Losses from the failure of the mill to consistently employ Fort Alexander band members throughout the claim period as a term of the 1923 release. Losses accruing from lease payments that were never paid to the Fort Alexander band and interest in relation to missed lease payments. Losses stemming from unlawful log booming activities. The parties have agreed to retain economist Fred Lazar to conduct the LOU study in relation to the sale of product and produce failure to employ Fort Alexander members. Dr. Lazar's preliminary report is expected on June 5, 2023. This preliminary report will set up a high-level data sets and assumptions that Dr. Lazar will apply in his study. Upon receipt of this preliminary report, the parties will provide any comments they have, and Dr. Lazar will provide a draft report on June 17, 2023. The parties will again have an opportunity to provide Dr. Lazar with feedback on the draft report, following which Dr. Lazar will issue his final report on July 31st, 2022. The studies for other heads of damage are also underway, and the parties are considering a methodology begin to negotiate on the amount of compensation that is owed to Sagkeeng. Canada will then have to pursue a financial mandate to settle within its system. If Sagkeeng accepts Canada's offer to settle in principle, we will draft a settlement agreement that will be put to the membership for a vote on the settlement package. This means that you have a chance to vote. You have a chance to make this happen. The second memorandum is from the metallic law, say, claims in process. The background of this, in 2022, metallic law was asked to commence historic and legal research into the two additional claims. The first claim involved the flooding of the Fort Alexander Reserve by the Manitoba Hydro, the resulting loss of land over the years, which occurred in Canada's knowledge. The second claim involves the allocation of reserve land to Fort Alexander veterans upon their return from war. We got a little quiet, please. Like everybody needs to hear this back there, please. Can you hear me back there? No? Oh, okay. Okay, 6 hydroelectric installations were constructed and operate along the Winnipeg River starting in 1911 at Pointe du Bois to provide approximately 612 megawatts of power annually to the region. The shoreline of the Fort Alexander Indian Reserve was impacted by the regulation of the water levels and lost significant amounts of land to erosion caused by the flooding, which is continuous. This potential claim is at the very initial stages of the specific claim process. On behalf of Sagkeeng Anishinaabe Nation, Metallic Law applied to Canada on January 31st, 2023 for research funding. This funding would cover the costs of retaining an expert historical researcher to gather all relevant documents related to this potential claim for the various archival resources and to prepare a historical project, a historical report. We are currently awaiting a decision from Canada with respect to the funding application. We recently sent a reminder. Once the historical report is complete, we would undertake a legal analysis to determine whether Canada is in breach of any lawful obligation to prevent the flooding and subsequent erosion from occurring. We would then review our legal opinion with the Sagkeeng Chief and Council, and if the facts disclose an outstanding lawful obligation, we will seek approval to prepare a specific submission to file with Canada. For veterans land, the background on the veterans land. Metallic Law is looking into another potential specific claim regarding land given to veterans. In the years following World War II, between 4 and 6 veterans were given certificates of possession from parcels of land from the reserve, presumably as part of Canada's initiative to reward returning soldiers with land. We are researching whether, by using reserve land rather than Crown land, Canada breached its obligations towards the First Nation under statute or its fiduciary obligations. If we believe there is a basis to pursue legal action, we will also attempt to estimate its value and determine if it's worth pursuing. We aim to provide this analysis to the First Nation by the end of June. Now, key word in there is fiduciary obligation, everybody. We need to make sure Hydro and everybody that is a government organization does not breach its fiduciary obligations to you, the people. This one is a legal update. This is from a legal update from Ori Sheffman. I have been assisting the Sagkeeng Lawmakers Assembly since 2015 and the Sagkeeng First Nation Chief and Council since 2017. I am a lawyer at OKT Law based in Toronto and Yellowknife. I work in Ontario, Manitoba, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. OKP is dedicated to serving Indigenous clients and helping our Indigenous clients restore their sovereignty and self-determination while protecting their rights and interests. We represent First Nations and Inuit governments, organizations, and individuals in nearly every province and territory, and our lawyers have been working in Manitoba for many years. OKP has been ranked as the best law firm in Aboriginal law by Globe and Mail, as most frequently recommended in Aboriginal law by Legal Directory, Lexpert, and nearly all of OKP's partners are ranked as best lawyers in Aboriginal law by the Best Lawyers Canada here. Our experience includes negotiated a settlement for a class action lawsuit for clean drinking water and reserves, negotiated IPAs worth hundreds of millions of dollars in First Nations across Canada, negotiated with Manitoba Hydro for the past harms caused by Manitoba Hydro dams, and we brought the first Aboriginal title claim that argued for title to waterbeds. What we will do for Sagkeeng, OKP primarily works on Sagkeeng's natural resource, environmental, and consultation files. We assist with duty to consult matters and protect Aboriginal and treaty rights. Sagkeeng has other lawyers who deal with governments and corporate matters. The vast majority of the work we do for Sagkeeng is paid by funding provided by proponents and governments, not by Sagkeeng's own revenue. Okay, an update on the Whiteshell Lab nuclear reactor decommissioning. The Whiteshell Nuclear Laboratory has been shut down for many years, but in 2016, CNL, the operator, applied to the CNSC, the regulator, to permanently decommission the reactor by burying it forever in concrete in its current location. This was a change from the previous plan to remove the reactor and take it outside their territory. It is important to note that there is no nuclear fuel in the reactor. We have engaged dozens of community members in different forums, including a ceremony at Turtle Lodge, and have been engaging with CNL and CNSC throughout the Community Liaison Committee, made up of Sagkeeng members of different ages and backgrounds. Multiple studies have been completed: traditional land use study, psychological impact study, rights impact assessment, alternative needs assessment. Last year we secured a major contribution from CNL, AECL, to establish the Niganake Sagkeeng Guardians Program. That program is now being established and led by Brenda Morso, and will eventually be monitoring all industrial activity in Sagkeeng territory. Engagement and consultation is continuing. Regulatory approval hearing will not likely take place until 2024. And under mineral exploration, Sagkeeng's territory includes an area that has major lithium deposits. Lithium is important for making batteries, especially in electric vehicles. In the past, mining companies would come into Sagkeeng territory and do whatever they want. Now, because Sagkeeng has taken a strong position asserting its right to free, prior, and informed consent, most companies ask permission before doing work in our territory. Because of the agreements that Sagkeeng has negotiated, important cultural areas have been protected for the future. Sagkeeng imposes environmental rules, cultural protection, and harvesting compensation. Sagkeeng has agreements with the following companies: Lithium Canada, Acme Lithium, Grid Metals. Sagkeeng is also currently negotiating with other companies who want to work in the territory. Sagkeeng will only sign agreements with companies that respect Sagkeeng's rights and the environment. These agreements also lead to investment in Sagkeeng and create jobs and business opportunities for Sagkeeng companies and Sagkeeng people.
Before you go by there, I was wondering, are we going to be getting any royalties for that lithium mine? Did you guys negotiate the royalties for
Could you save the questions for the end, maybe?
Okay.
For the
I didn't want to forget forget about them.
when the chief and council, they'll have a question period at the end, and maybe write down the questions. Hey, that's a good idea, everybody, if you have a question, maybe write it down, and we can get it to the chief and council, answered at the end of the meeting, or when we have a question period. Okay, and Sagkeeng has agreements with the following companies. Manitoba Hydro, Point de Bois refurbishment. Manitoba Hydro is consulting with Sagkeeng about its plan to refurbish the Point de Bois generating station and build a new transmission line. Sagkeeng's technical consultant, Firelight, hosted a focus group and community engagement session recently to discuss the route of the transmission line. This consultation is still early in the process, and there will be more opportunities to weigh in. On territory protection, we are continuously working to help Sagkeeng enforce its right to free, prior, and informed consent to ensure that when governments or companies want to work in our territory, that they get permission and that Sagkeeng benefits from the economic development in our territory. Our protecting your inherent rights and your treaty rights in the past led to imposing strict conditions on peat harvesting, new rules for community engagement, and more funding for community activities. So, with all this that we just read here, if you can get your questions, we can ask the chief and council how we're going to be compensated, how the fiduciary obligations are being met, and how the environment is being protected. So I'll pass the mic to the chief, and ladies and gentlemen, your chief.
I'm really happy to see everybody come out this morning. The more people that we get involved in the affairs of the community, the stronger we'll be. And as chief of council that's newly elected, that's something that we're going to ensure that happens over the next 4 years, that people are always consulted, always engaged, and always being informed about what's going on in the community, at the land office, etc. It's your community, you have every right to know what's going on, not only with the funding, but also some of the land claims and the mining projects that are going on around our territories. To ensure that people's interests are always at the forefront of any negotiations or any discussions involving any mineral development or any type of natural resource development in the territory. Things like the lady there asked about royalties, those are the kinds of things that we want to get people to tell us what they would like to see in those agreements. Because in the end, it has to be an agreement that works and benefits the people. And as we go along today, make sure that we hear people's views, hear people's input. That's the whole purpose of General Assembly today. We were going to hold this off until the fall, when people have requested that we hold a National Assembly before the fall. So we responded to people's request for wanting to have a National Assembly. And please, as we move along, don't be afraid to ask for your chief of council to have regular updates like needed. I'll be always available to provide updates to people. I've been out in the community, visiting homes, visiting people. And what's really difficult for me is the state of some of the houses that people live in here. It's actually quite sad that some of our people are living in mold-infested homes, rotten floors, rotten doors. are the kinds of things that we have to change in the community. Make sure that the needs of the people always come first. Not people that work in the band office or people that are on council. Always has to be the needs of the people that come first. That's something that is key to this. Ensure that that's done. And some people say that I don't live in the community. You know, and that's a fact. I won't hide that. But I always make sure that I'm in the community here. I always answer my phone. I have Facebook on there. Sometimes I wish I didn't. But I'm always making myself accessible to people. And I will be moving in the area in a short period of time. The property here in the beach area, so to be closer to the community. But the only time I have to go and see people really is in the evenings. So I'll make time to see people in the evening. That's what I'll be doing over the next 4 years as being as your chief. And I'll share more as we go along during the day. But one thing I want to say to you all is don't be afraid to say anything. Offer your views, offer your direction to the council. Because we're here to work for you. You need to know what you want us to do, where you want us to go, where you want to take our community. And we thank you again for being here. I'm so happy to see so many people show up. Great.
Hey there, being in council for these 2 months, three main issues I was always dealing with. Housing, POs, and hydro bills. And as he said, like, we go to a lot of houses where there's a lot of mold. But my plan is, we have a lot, like, I'm a trapper, so I spend a lot of time in the bush, and we have a lot of forest. Because I took a log moving course. Okay, well anyway, okay, there's 3 main issues we deal with most of the time all day. There's housing, POs, and hydro bills. Okay, so anyways, I'm a trapper, right? So I spend a lot of time in the bush and we have a lot of forest. I took a log building course a few years back, and like, that's one thing I would like to teach our members how to build their own homes. And we went to Fisher River about 2 weeks ago, and they had a sawmill going out there, but they don't have much forest like us. So I asked Fisher River, like if we started a sawmill up here to make our own lumber, if it would be a success. And they said, yeah, with the force that we had, they said, for sure do it, man, you know. Because like as Chief DJ said, that's all, like, going to these homes, that's all we see in old houses. You know, and then with the PO system, it's for food, right? A lot of people are always asking for food. And the price of food has gone up a lot, so, like, I set up a little farm about 4 years ago, and where I get my feed for my animals is off the hunter rights. And the way the hunter rights do it is they farm enough food and vegetables for their little town, and then they have enough food, like vegetables, and enough animals so they can sell, so they can feed their community, and we have enough. Okay. And we have enough land. And we have enough land to farm. We just gotta cut down the bush. You know, like, and I would like to teach our people how to farm again, so we don't have to ask for, you know, we can feed ourselves, you know. And with the hydro bill, with hydro, like, we went to Fisher River again with the solar farm, and then Lyle also approached us with turbines putting them under the water. And we got to kind of like, I don't know, with hydro too now, like, we got to fix our land before we lose any more with the flooding. So, that's it, thanks.
Paul Daniels for prayer, also the drum sitters, Rich. I would thank for everybody for being here this morning. It's an honor to speak out to the community. It's nice to see this much people in a meeting. We rarely see this much people. It's an honor for you to be here with us. We love to see that all the time. Because you're the voices of the community. You're the one that tell us what to do in our community. And that's where we get all our information from, our community members, our elders, our youth, our men and women. And also I got my portfolio is we got approved for 20 rooms, and we spent in for over 100 and something roofs. Because if you drive around the community and you look at the roofs, a lot of them are open still because of the wind damage, and that's why we need to figure out that, we have to try to get to these issues because we're going to have more damage than that, especially when the rain comes. I run the food bank. Right now I'm looking for a driver. I didn't have a driver this morning to go pick up the food this morning, so I just got a text, so somebody just is going to drive right away so they're taking off. So I have a food bank today. And I always go out, do a lot of home visiting, visit the community, see how everything is, work with the community. Because you're always there, like for me, and and it's an honor to always sit there with you, visit you. I also wanted to bring an update there that we got a new fire truck. We also got a new building at the North Shore for the fire hall. We got that Cookham trucks that came in. Thanks to the council that was there last term. We did that. There's a lot of other stuff that we've been working on, and what Mr. Alexander was talking about, all the stuff we've been working on now. There's a lot of stuff we've been working on for years, even for education, for the land. So that's what I'm going to be working on with the land. That's my portfolio land. So I'm going to be working on that along with what's going on with our communities. And we're also going to be putting up some signs from here to Ontario, telling everybody that this is Sagkeeng treaty land territory. Sagkeeng territory. We never ever gave up our territory, and we're going to put those signs up and let everybody know that our territory is from here to Ontario. Everybody has to know that. Because a lot of times, if we don't put up these signs, they don't know. So everybody will know in the community, and everybody will know out there that this is our traditional territory. Yeah, and the signs are done already. We just got to get somebody that will put them up, and we'll figure that out in just a little time. I know Marilyn was there with us, and we worked on it, we talked about it, but the signs are ready now to go up, so we'll be able to do all that. Because our traditional territory is here to Ontario, the 7th, Winnipeg, on the other side of Winnipeg. And then we have been negotiating with hydro. And also, we can't say erosion, we have to say flood, according to the government, because they want to hear flood. So, what's happening to us is they're flooding us out anyway. Like even if you go to the back there, the fields, where they do the grass and all that, they dug a hole in the back there. And that goes to our Catfish Creek, and then the creek comes all the way to our river, our lake, or the river. So we don't know what kind of chemicals they are in there, but we're working on that too at the same time. Quiet for now.
You say you make home visits. When I asked for someone to come to see the house, they were out.
But you did have some people who see your house, didn't you?
They only had the two councils to
Yeah.
come in where we could live.
Yeah, but I don't know somewhere else, but yeah, I understand.
When are you gonna come and see?
I'll stop there with some big
This
bags.
is something we're trying to avoid. People, let's let the questions wait till after everybody has their little presentation. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I want to say. Thank you very much for your support and being here at the election.
Just to give thanks to everyone for being here today. It's really good to see this much people, seeing a good turnout. One of the big things that I want to begin, it's the end of the school year, so if we can give a round of applause to our graduates. One of our big things is to always look after our young people, and today can congratulating them as a community is a big step. I'd like to give thanks to all of our staff that's here, all of our Sagkeeng staff members. You guys work a lot. You guys do lots. Miigwech. So we've been pretty busy. We've been meeting lots all day long, right into the evenings. We've been updating the new members of leadership and trying to move forward in a plan to make Sagkeeng a better place. Throughout this, we've had a few things happen. Now, I will speak on what the others updated, and I'll give some to the other councils update as well. But one of the big pieces was inflation. We recently received funding from our social department that will help families that are on EIA to help with the inflation that we're dealing with. It's not hidden. Canada has spiked up prices right around the board. Food is expensive, meat is going up, so we're fighting and we're advocating for more funds for people to be able to survive. Another update, yesterday we had, Monday we had a meeting with our legal counsel regarding our rec center for the youth. Our rec center will be located in the, where the old social office was in the arena. Right now, we're just entering our tendering stage. So after the tenders are accepted, we're going to begin construction in the arena. And my apologies that this was a long process. We've had legal battles because of the permits that are required for the arena. Another thing that we're working on is solar and renewable energy. It's our belief that there's better ways to help our people. If we looked at a solar farm in Fisher River, and what's happening there is they have a solar farm and they're selling it to Hydro, but Hydro is buying it at the worst rate ever. So for us, what's more better for us is putting solar on our roofs of our buildings. We'll save more money powering up our own buildings rather than trying to have a farm and sell it. So we're trying to look at ways to improve our infrastructure here in the community. We recently are changing a new portfolio system that's divided into 5 areas, and within those 5 areas, each of the departments fall. So some of us are working together on certain portfolios, and I know that it's scheduled here, so when we get there, we'll talk about it a little bit in depth. There's many updates that are happening constantly in the school and within the community programming. It's our goal as leadership to try and help people with scheduling, try and help communication. So we need your ideas today on how we should improve communication to the people. A monthly newsletter, radio updates, online discussions, whatever. We need to work on it because right now I get there's a lot of anger when we don't have an opportunity to update people. And we want to improve this. We need your help. What do? What do you want us to do? We're here to listen to you. We want to try our best to work in that way. Even if it's home visiting, invite us over, we'll come over. But I can go on and on. I'll let my colleagues share Miigwech.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me in the back? Right, it's good to see this much people out here. Councilor Tanya Bunn. Now for me, this is my second term, and I want to keep the momentum going. We have a lot of things we're working on. I want to make sure that these projects are finished. We have a building on the North Shore for our food bank that we want to get finished. It's supposed to be moved. I applied for optic. We're at stage 4. hooking up a few houses on each side of the reserve just to try it out and make sure that it's good. And then we'll be moving on from there. What else is there? You actually updated a lot of stuff. Yeah, we've been busy. We've been really busy the past couple of months, meetings, traveling, meetings, Winnipeg, coming back and forth. I've been out in the community visiting. You know, if you ever want me to come out and visit, I'm just a phone call away. Everybody knows my phone number. I try to update on Facebook as much as I can too. But yeah, we need more information about how you guys want us to, update you on anything when we're out and about doing anything in the community. And for me, you're the bosses. I'm not the boss. You're the bosses. You tell me what to do. I don't look at myself as sitting higher than anybody. I'm with the people. I'll always be with the people. I'll be for the people. Anyway.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Edwin Swami. I wanted to discuss some of the situations we have in our community. I know my colleagues have did a lot of updates, but every day we're faced with problems. One of our problems is housing, and this problem has been there for decades. It didn't just start yesterday. We have lack of housing in our community for many, many years. What's our solution? We need a solution. The inflation is going high. A lot of our people can't afford rent, can't afford hydro bills, can't afford food for their children. How can we find a solution for that? Well, there's a lot of problems we have. We have a lot of our young children on drugs. How can we solve that? We need answers from the community. It's not us to find the answers. We get the answers from the community. You know, we have, I had a young guy call me yesterday and he just transitioned to Winnipeg. He was on social here in Sagkeeng. Goes to Winnipeg, he can't get social because he has no identification. Why can't we start doing something to get identification for every bad member in our community so we don't have problems? But we have a lot of situations in our community that we have to face every day, and we face this by our people, by calls. We get calls late in the night, we get calls first thing in the morning because some elder doesn't have food to eat. So what do we do with that? What is the solution? We have a lot of situations in our community and we need to be told what things we can do. As Tanya said, you guys are our bosses. You are the ones that tell us what to do. Be great.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me in the back? No? Can you hear me now? Louder? Okay, thanks. My name is Fred Reno. I've been as your leader for 3 months so far. And I'd like to thank Kenneth for being our table and you the people coming here and speaking your voice out, letting us know what you want us to do for you. Because we can't read your minds, what you want that's be done in the community. And yeah, I've been doing home visits with Dwight and Chief. You know, there is a situation with the housing. But we have to work as one, as all together. We got to decide on who gets repairs. It can't be the chief and council. You have to decide. It's yours. It's your reserve. And what I did didn't run for is to benefit myself, my company. I have my own company, but I didn't run for the profit out of my company. No, I didn't. But that's what I'm hearing. I don't need to hear that. I'm not on Facebook, but I hear from other people. I'm here for kids, for the company, sorry, it's my set. You got your own, for the community, for the kids. And the thing is too, I was going to say for the kids and the elders. Correction, sorry about that. It's my first 3 months, and it's a long, tired 3 months already. You know? I want to do the best, you know. My dad gave something back to the community. My grandfather gave something back to the company. My mother-in-law gave something back to the company. These were politicians that gave back to the company. Oh, here I go again with the company. For the community. For the community. You know, my grandfather, he got a group of elders together towards the care center. He had a very good group that worked on it for so many years. My mother-in-law, she did a heck of a job. And my dad worked on the arena for the kids. You know, I want to give something back to the community. So, well, there's another thing I want to bring to your attention that I'm hearing from other people too. Is I had a contract signed with the band, with housing, to move 8 buildings like this before anybody starts saying something. I had a contract signed in 2021 to move those buildings and trailers for the community members that are receiving housing. So I don't want to hear something on Facebook saying, oh, he's doing it for himself. It was already signed before I even decided to run as one of your leaders. So whatever anybody's saying, please make sure that you have your facts straight. Don't go on Facebook and say, oh, he's doing this and that. I ran for years. I ran for the community. Anyway, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, your chief and council, let's have a hand for them. That was Mr. Berntimont is right. You guys are a company. You are a company. These are just your company leaders. And let's all respect the fiduciary obligations. As the chief and council advised, you the people are the boss. Let us all make sure that you as the bosses make this government uphold its fiduciary duties, right down from the Canada government, right down to our local governments. Let's make sure that all this fiduciary duties has everything to do with our environmental impacts. Okay. And Jonathan, before we get, we will do a moment of silence and a prayer for lost loved ones that we just lost on the reserve again. It's sad, tragic, but as a community, this is where we stick together. This is where we belong as a community. We remember everybody, those that passed, those that are here. Never forget to look at each other. Never forget to check on your elders.
Mention her name, please.
Well, I'll let our chief make that.
I heard all this, they're going to put a rec center on South Shore, but
consultation, that home visit.
How about you? I'm going to say a prayer for Val, whom we lost just yesterday. She's an elder, and we send our condolences, because we're all related. It doesn't matter how you look at one another, we're related. And we may fight, we may argue, but we're still related. That's the most important thing, is that we continue to love one another. We shouldn't be arguing with who's first and who's second, or who's last. It should be all equal, in fairness to everyone, every band member, everyone that belongs to Sagkeeng. And Val belonged to Sagkeeng. She may have married outside, but she was still a band member. And we send our condolences and our prayers to the family. Give them that respect. Show our respect not only to the ones that are higher up or think they're higher up than us, but even those that don't matter, that say they don't matter. You know, they count just as much as we do. So let's say a prayer for her. And in your own silence, say your prayer for the family, that all of us are with them at this time. And we ask our Creator to be with us, to guide us and direct us in every step that we take, every movement that we make. And yes, I'm glad that, our Chief and Council made the statement that they realize that we are the boss. And Val did lots for the church. I think we have to give her some recognition. She worked hard for the church. She tried bringing families to the church. But we all have hers. But besides that, we have to remember our Creator. And she always remembered that. So let's give her that honor. Let's give her that respect. And say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power and glory, yours and forever. Amen.
And now we'll go into a discussion of the election laws. Everybody please forgive me if I sound a little rude about having you wait till the end for your questions, but we're trying to have an orderly, civil, logical meeting. Thank you.
Good morning again, everybody. We have a chance to have to report to the people. When we have assemblies like this, something that I want to do always is to report to the people about what I've been doing and what's been going on. The first thing I want to update people on, which is something people have been asking me about, is the homes that you see that are unfinished. Those homes are referred to as the SPG homes. What's happening there is the bank borrowed money from an East Indian company, loan company. The first loan was $10 million with a $2 million administration fee. And those monies went to the East Indian Company and they went to this other company. We're having problems following the trail of money for that. What happened is that we found out when we brought in was that a lot of the homes that were built 2 years ago by this company are all moldy already. There's a lot of deficiencies in those homes. And so what we did was we put a halt to the construction of those homes so that we can go in and do an inspection on them. Because we didn't want the ones that are now being built in the same situation as the ones that were built 2 years ago. Find that they're all moldy in 2 years. Because what happens when that happens is we have to pay again to fix those. Thank God we found out about these homes that were all moldy in time that we asked that company now to go back and fix those homes that are all moldy. What we found out is a lot of them are built deficiently. There's no caulking on the windows. The insulation in the homes are not up to code. All underneath the homes of those places, the crawl spaces, are all built wrong. Some of them are built on swamp. Some of them are built without keeping tiles in them. And so we have to put a stop to that so that we make sure that the homes that the people are getting built for them are built of good quality and up to code. So that's why you see a halt in the construction of those homes. Also, too, what I found out when I first started in the office there, which is about 3 months ago, there's really no plans for anything in the community. It's all done by day-to-day management of all these different things that happen. There's no economic development plan, there's no housing plan, there's no infrastructure plan, there's no plans. We have to start making plans long-term, short, long-term, so that we can start addressing people's housing needs. People ask me, when am I going to get their repairs, when am I going to get a home? I can't tell them, because we don't have a plan. So we have to stop and put together these plans in place so that we can tell people, okay, your home is going to be on in year 2, or your home is going to be in year 1. We need those types of plans to be able to address all the needs of the community that are so lacking. But also, too, one of the things that we want to prioritize here is economic development. There's no economic development in the community for as much as we would like to see. The area by the arena there is a prime property that needs to be developed. We need to have services there for people that want to come and visit our community, travel to the community. Our community now is a hub, is a gateway to the north. With the Winter Road opening now, lots of people coming to our community now. We have to have services for them. We can capitalize on that traffic that's coming in. Another thing is that when we came in as new council, there was no staff. Everything was being managed by the chief of council. The CAO that was on staff took sick leave. The assistant CEO was overwhelmed because she had no staff. We don't have a director of finance. We still don't have any of those staff in place. We've been trying to hire people to come and work for the community. So we have the ability to do planning and to follow up on things that are needed in the community. Another thing is the organizations around the community, service organizations. Basically, because they were so micromanaged before by the chief of council, they wait to be told to do things. And we need to give them the freedom to be able to do the things that they're hired to do. We don't need to be micromanaging organizations here. All we're going to manage to do that is by putting in place boards for these organizations and actually separating them from the chief of council so that we can, as much as possible, minimize the political decisions in those organizations. The first day I got into office, I was asked, my first didn't know what to do because I didn't think that that's what my role was to be as chief. We're going to make changes as we go along now in these situations so that we can be more effective and more efficient in how we run our programs, how we govern ourselves. So that when we do that, there's going to be much more better results for our people in terms of housing, health programs, recreation programs, etc. Get the people involved so that we have more involvement by the people will make it stronger. These 7 people here, council, and can't do everything. We need the help of the people. Another thing that I embarked to do was to open and transparent and accountable people. I told my council members here that I'm not going to hide nothing from anybody. People need to know. Where our funding is going. The money that comes into the community is for you. You need to know where it goes and what kind of results we're getting from that money. You have every right to know. Don't ever ask. Don't ask about where your money is going because I'll tell you where it's going. Accountability and responsibility. More accountable both as a council but also as the people and as workers in our organization. People don't come into work till 9 o'clock, 9:30. Not everybody, but there is those opportunities. And part of that is because people were so micromanaged. People were didn't know who to take direction from, who their leaders were. Managers and directors are actually leaders too. We need to empower those people to do their jobs properly. Also too, one of the things that's very demanding is people asking for money. Asking for money for POs, food, hydro, rent, and everything else that is out there. We can't address everybody's request for food for funding. We have to put people aside as a council. We're going to prioritize right away elders. Elders will get looked after no matter what. Then we'll look at prioritizing assistance after that, which we haven't perfected yet. Still trying to work on a system to figure out who should get assistance and how much. Economic development, like I mentioned, is something that we need to prioritize here. Also, land claims. Ken mentioned that there's some big land claims on the horizon. Those are going to be great benefits to the community here. We can't divulge the number because of the sensitivity of the negotiations for the land claims, but it's going to be a good figure for the community. And we're figuring that by the end of the summer or the fall that we should know whether or not we have an agreement with the government on the TLB settlement. That's to compensate the community for over 5,000 acres of land that were given to the people when we signed the treaty. But what they did was they counted the land that was already owned by some people in the community as being part of the TLE, as part of the treaty land entitlement, which they shouldn't have. Now we're over 5,000 acres. You know, we should thank some of the council members here that have worked on that for a number of years now, because they looked after our interests very well, I have to say. As well as the different mining agreements that are going on in the community, those will always be brought to people for feedback and consultation. that, I want to say thank you, and over the course of the day, you'll be free to ask questions, we'll be giving updates on different things, etc. So, thank you for listening to me. Good. I'm not the lawmakers, assembly, or anything, but I'll give my take on the election laws. The election law has a lot of gaps in it. Needs to be updated. And so the sooner we update that, the better, because our election law is an important foundation for the community. What we found out is that, what I found out anyways, it's almost like a cut and paste from the Canada election law. We need to update it so that it reflects what our people want to see in our election. And so I'm not familiar with as much as I should be about the lawmaking process, but that's where the election law has to be taken to the lawmaking process so that we can update that law. Things like what's the role of the chief? What's the role of the council? How do you appeal elections? Because the last election there was no appeal body. I don't know what happened to the appeal body, but there was no appeal body there. And so how do we do these things so that we have good elections? But people were upset about the election because there was lots of gaps in it. That's understandable. We're still early in our lawmaking process. We're gonna evolve, be better at lawmaking as we go along.
So I'm just going to add, listening to elders and, going over the law. How it's going to happen is we need you to, as the people, to come forward and request a lawmakers meeting, specifically to look at and review the election law. And when that happens, we're gladly going to accept to be able to hold a meeting like this. So whenever we can schedule maybe in the fall time, because I know it's summertime and people are pretty busy. I know today the school staff taking away today, the year end is a big thing. So, we want to do it respectfully.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or feedback on the election laws?
I want to know who's on the committee and where, who do you email, request to have a meeting with for those election laws or kind of election laws. Lawmaking assembly.
Good question, thank you. I haven't been involved in the lawmaking assembly, and as far as I know, the person that's been appointed there as the secretary is Carl Fontaine. I don't know if it's Carl. Secretary, right? Governing secretary? So that's the person that would be, you would have to contact about setting up meetings or talking about laws. No, I don't think so, but we can put it up there. Anything else?
Anybody else have a question?
The election laws are based on a 7 teaching, right? Supposed to be. And each and one is to prevail at the inauguration was work with honesty and integrity. First thing, honesty and integrity, working behind the chief's back.
Well, I would like to know what you mean working behind the chief's back. Because right now, well, let's just put this on the table today. Right? This has been happening ever since we got it because of the severance. And the severance was there for years already. Way before we got it. Way before any council got it. And that's what he's upset about. And also, the chief, you know, like, we even sat with him, let's work together. How can we work together? He didn't bring nothing to the table yet. How can we work together when you want to work with us? And yet, as soon as he leaves the office, he sends something and there's messages about me on Facebook. I don't know what for. You know? That's not right. How can we work together if you guys want to work together? I went to a lot of chiefs. You know, I've been here for 18 years and I worked with all these chiefs and councillors. I never had a problem with them. You know, we all have disagreements and agreements. I know, Barbara, you're here for him. I know that already. But you know what? That has to stop. When are we going to work together, Chief? I asked him that on the table when we had our council meeting. The first day, all of a sudden talked about us. Then we had another meeting. And then it was out there. That has to stop. And we've been doing a good job all these years. And there's a reason why I'm here. Because I got elected like everybody else. And that's a very good reason. And I haven't done nothing wrong. And I'm still going to be here no matter how long and what you try to do. So it's up to you what you guys want to do, but it's the community that has to talk.
You outright lied to him when you said your dad had food with her, and we saw your dad at Ravers that day. No, your dad, your diligence is not what you would have.
I'm sorry about that, everybody, but that's that little, we're trying to keep an order and civilized meeting here, and you guys are the bosses. That needs to be remembered. You have every right to question whatever is being said and done.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Carol Briere. My parents were John Prince and Mark Prince. Very proud of them. And anyway, I'm very, very happy to see the turnout in here. Very good. This is, by the way, it should be all the time. That's the way we have to be able to make our community work so that we have a very, very good community. We should learn to be able to work together, to be glad of who our neighbors are, and when people come here that they'll be proud to see how lovely our reserve is. We have to work together to keep our reserve proper and to make sure that we keep our traditional territories real good guarded. We have resources in our traditional territory, but for years they have not been maintained. We had a lot of rice fields. They've been flooded in the name of tourism by the tourist resource of Manitoba. Those should be taken care of. But that is not what we should be ignoring. We have to do these things traditionally. We should harvest rice for our own use, and then I am glad to see that you are all here. And the thing is, yes, there's rumblings out in the community of who working together, ignoring some band members, and another band member has to pick up for that band member to be respected and let that person have their voice. And then there's meetings going on that the council should be involved in and are not. But my main reason for speaking to you is, do we have a reporter for this band meeting? There should be a reporter, everything should be recorded so that we can refer to it whenever we have to. Whatever our counselor said, whatever our chief said, we should be able to read that later. At the next meeting, where we can adopt the minutes. And everything that's been reported on, we should also have copies of all those things that have been reported on. I don't have the election laws, so I don't know how I can refer to the election laws or read over so that I can make comments on them. I thank you and I appreciate if we can continue to have this meeting without repercussions of any kind. I hope we will be able to talk without anybody getting their whatever you want to call it, anger or whatever. Well, we shouldn't let our feathers get ruffled, otherwise we'll lose them. We want to keep all our feathers. Okay, thank you ever so much.
Everyone hears, we need people to be recording what we're doing right now, so it can be passed on for the next meeting.
Hi, my name is Sabrina. I wanted to mention with the election laws, if you guys were getting $75 honorariums, and they qualified for a certain amount, like I think it was 55 plus or 65 plus or something like that. I don't know. But anyways, I was cashing checks with people that were under that age limit. And when I tried to get a check, I couldn't even get a check for $75 for attending. But I don't think that was fair when I was cashing checks that for people that were younger than me, but I didn't qualify because of my age. So if you guys are going to have those election laws, make it fair. Whoever's qualified for those checks are the only ones supposed to be getting those checks, not people under my age.
Is there money for election laws?
Anyway, I just want to ask or make a comment on housing. Everybody knows that there's a shortage of housing. Regardless of where you go, it's all over in every community. Not only Sagkeeng, everywhere. Even in the city. And I just want to ask, I don't know if any of the council knows this, but housing was hard. There was an East Indian company that was hired to build the houses. Not only in Sagkeeng, everywhere, in every community. They wanted to deal with one company, so they hired an East Indian company. Now, I don't know who did the hiring. I don't know who sat on the board to hire this East Indian company. But like the councilor or chief said, most of these houses are lonely. And yeah, it's understandable that they would be lonely because what we have here is bog. You know, and nothing was done to make sure that they were on solid land and not on bog. But, you know, find out who. I know there was wasn't only our chief of council, but other councils, other chiefs that decided that what was best for First Nations. Well, how is an East Indian going to know how we live in Canada and what state our land is in? You know, how are they going to know? They're immigrants coming into Canada, and they're rampant, and they're taking over everything. Even the town of Pine Falls, if you look at it. And chief, look at those houses in town too. They're in our territory. Remind them that, hey, this is our land. Pine Falls was never given up. There's a lot of homes that are impoverished. They're not livable. And yet we have how many people that own homes in town? How many immigrants own those homes in town and are getting rich off our people? You know, that's what we have to ask. That's what they have to be reminded of. That, hey, you're in our territory, you're on our land. They deserve better. We deserve better, council. We deserve better. It's our land. So yeah, I want the chief of council to start looking at it. I have a lot of other questions, but I'll leave it for now. Take a look at all of that.
Yeah, we have people moving into our territories, and we are the ones that are supporting the businesses that they bring.
I just wanted to respond just quickly, if we can, to a few of the questions here. If there's unfairness happening, please let us know and we'll look into it. We definitely will. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware.
Because I was passing the text, so I know that those people were going to.
Thank you for bringing it forward. And the second point I wanted to make is we can have our elders over 65 contact or call into the office for their availability. One thing that we decided as a leadership is that we want elders present with us at our meetings. And we want to start rotating elders so we don't get, we don't get blamed for using one or the same elder. We want everyone to have an opportunity to be a part of the meeting. So I just wanted to add that. Be what?
Bonjour, my name is Sharon Briere. I'm wife to Brian Briere. We are the owners of Tim Hortons in Sagkeeng, 100% Aboriginally owned. Immigration, when we talk about immigration, I wanted to bring in immigrants because nobody wants to work. How many times have I applied to people, cried to people and say, come to work, but nobody wants to work. Unfortunately, that's how it is everywhere. We're the only Tim Hortons in Canada that has no immigrants working. I want to keep it that way. I want to keep our young people working. But please, have patience for them. Because a lot of times, a lot of people come in there and abuse them. They call them down, they say, oh, you're so damn slow, what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? They're just learning. Give them a chance. They're gonna get there. Learn to work together. Thank you, John, for saying that. But you know what? These guys need our support. Let's give it to them. All of it.
Thank you, Sharon. That's another valid point where everybody needs to back each other up. Anyone else have something they want to throw in?
I want to thank Dylan for including the elders in a meeting. this new staff that we have, it should be like, you know, what John said, not John, Dylan. I'm so happy that he mentioned that, because we're not even included. We were never included in any way as elders. But it's time that we do give our support to elders. And as long as they support us too, it's okay. Thank you. Well, I know we're here to speak civilly and be nice to each other, but I have a problem when you say that about not the elders, the lawmakers assembly. I agree with you a lot of times, council previous. Who's the secretary of the lawmakers? He gave us the runaround. We asked so many numerous times, because in order to get something passed, you have to go through the process, and you have to contact the secretary first. So you denied us that information, and all of a sudden you had a secretary when it came to deciding who was going to be the electoral officer. A meeting that was shut down in like 15 minutes back. There were supposed to be discussions, and none took place. And there was a lot of infractions that were committed during that election. There was no appeal board that's supposed to be set up. So there's a lot of stuff that was left out. And now you're saying you want to work with us? We did ask numerous times. You know, over and over we asked them to give us the runaround. And if you want to check on some companies and whatever, I do a lot of that. And I find out information, I have sources. And I've been doing a lot of checking, and I'm not happy with what I've been finding out. I do that on my own. So you know what? I think you better start listening to the people. You know, we're all from Sagkeeng. We all matter. And we all should be treated equally. And from what I've seen, and from the information that I have, you have not treated the people equally. You know, you talk here that people can't afford stuff. Then why are you taking so much for yourselves? You know, people can't afford food, they can't afford clothing. And yet you say you follow the certain teachings. Is that, you know, just being certain teachings when you do this, and then you stand publicly and tell people they're having yes, everybody's having a hard time. How come you guys are not? Because you're taking what you should not be taking. You better.
And let's keep them as questions, please, and not allegations.
Hi, my name is Ryan Shane. I work at the education program. I just wanted to touch up on the laws, the process law, the judicial law. We have four laws in existence right now. The conservation law, which helps us deal with entities in our territory. We have a process law, which gives us the ability to make laws, and a judicial law, which enforces our laws. And we have an election law, and we are currently working on a child and family law, which is needed in order to gain local control of child and family. Now these laws are steps in the process of becoming a sovereign nation, and not depending on INAC to be controlling us. You're part of self-government. And a lot of people are really out in the dark when it comes to the law process and all the things that are involved in the whole law system. And a lot of things were at a standstill when we lost the people that were in control of the laws, the lawmaking process. And it's kind of been at a standstill ever since then. But it's very important, and it's really important to our children, our next several generations of kids, that these laws stay active. They're not etched in stone. They can be amended, changed, added to. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, is how these laws work and how important they are to our community. It's the steering mechanism of our success. And if we take it for granted and not be involved in the lawmaking process, then we're all a bunch of hypocrites. Simple as that. We all talk about our children, take care of our elders, and look into the future for a brighter for our people. And if we don't follow our laws and enforce our laws, then we become nothing. We become nothing. And when the chief said, I'm not familiar with laws, you want to be the chief who said, you should know these laws inside out. Simple as that. It's what governs us. And for you people in the front, okay, chief and council, you're an elected body, under the election law, okay? There's 22 violations in your current election law. 22 violations. That's a lot. Then what's that say about us? Our laws aren't important? In the meantime, we're drafting another child and family law to deal with child and family. One of the most moving parts of this community is always evolving around child and family. Right? How has it impacted us? Since 1972, we had 1% of our children in care. Today, we have 90%. So what does that tell you? Everybody compares them to residential school. Well, here's a chance to have control of it. But when we jeopardize and not follow our laws that exist now, we might as well not even drop it. We might as well just stop right here and say, well, I have controls. Because that's what they want you to do. They want you to fail. They want you not to have the ability to do these laws. They want you to just look like fools and say, see, we told you, you can't govern yourself. That's what they want. And if you guys can't work together and resolve this for your people, then why run? Why run and be leaders if you can't lead and follow the direction of the people? To me, I'm passionate about my community. I care. I live here all my life. I raise my kids here. I do my business here. This is my home. You know? And to me, it means a lot. So, make these laws available to people. Right now on the website, there's just the election law. That's it. Where's the conservation law? Where's the traditional law? Make these available. People have to know what they're about. They want to be consulted. They want to be involved in this. But when they're left in the dark, how are they going to know? Like even this whole process, we should be getting updates on what's happening, where the current situation is in. I don't see that. This is a General Assembly. Where's the information? Where's the financial reports? Everything that should be on the table. It's not here. As far as I'm concerned, this is not the way to do things. Sorry. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have an Indian name, just monkeys, that's it. Chief, you contradicted yourself saying that you care for the elders. You lied. I have a text in my phone where you came to see me and you said, elders are priorities, you said. Our house is old. Since my husband here, I married him 12 years ago. And then we started fixing up that house since he was married to his first wife. Over 52 years ago, I came and started. 40,000 we put in that house and it fell apart. Big hole in the floor, not complaining, I just want you to know. You came there and you lied. You said, I never said that to you. You know what? That's not nice. I respect my husband and I see tears come down. We had to go to quorum because he didn't want nothing to do with us. You don't even work with the quorum, so how could you sit there and lie? That's not nice. You're saying you respect the community. We're part of it. My husband is a respected elder there. I'm kind of halfway there, I'll say. I love where I am. I love living North Shore, but we've been homeless going on 5 months. I'm not complaining because we have a roof over our head right now. You put a stop to us. If you saw our house, people, you know, Walford's house, Old Swampy's house, we tried fixing it and fixing it. I asked for a bathtub one time, and the man came unfortunately, the foundation was like powder. It was no good at all. So we asked, Coram is the one that's helping us right now to fix that old house. I put in applications. They told me to come every 6 months. I started when I was 18 years old, putting in housing. No, not once today. I heard we got a house. Wow, where is it? I'd rather live in the place where we are right now because thank God it's getting fixed now. We can move back in, I hope, within a month and a half, maybe if we're lucky. You know, people voted you in. I'm going to be honest and say there was other chiefs running and I put my vote there. And it seemed like you knew that, so you shunned us. That's not nice, that's not right. Anyways, God bless you and I pray for you every day.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask again, let's not get personal. Let's just keep it to the things at hand. Thank you.
Hello, I'm just representing that North Shore. We're always being left out. Like our roads in the winter time, they don't even get done until way later. When something happens on the South Shore, they don't even say anything to us about anything, and we find out it's the South Shore people. So we're left out in a lot of stuff, and we shouldn't be. Like, we're not a different reserve. We're just on the other side of the river. So I think we should start about this, and that's being fair.
Yeah, legitimate concern. We are one community, not North Shore, South Shore.
Hi, my name is Tyler Shane, and I would like to address the slander towards me and my family members during the election. During this election, we were labeled as thugs. Now we're here to intimidate our people. I do non-profit funeral work, and because of the slander from this community member, people of my own community have been afraid to approach me to ask me to sing for their funerals. I have given the skin off my back and off my chest for my people. So how is it fair to have somebody that is the main supporter of this chief to slander us and cause fear towards me and my peers when we do so much for our people? That is not fair.
Anyone else with a question or an accusation?
Hey, quick question there for the chief. I've been getting some stuff here sent to me from putting on Facebook. Somebody is saying the stuff there is confidentiality. I don't know why they're posting that stuff. And saying that I'm taking money from the band when I was working for the band as what's called security for the chief when the chief was getting threats. Okay, I come all the way from Winnipeg and I offer my help a lot of times here when people are bringing in drugs. You shut me out. You told me, no, I don't want to do nothing. I'll take care of it. Nothing is happening with these drugs out there. You know, I said, how am I going to do this? I wanted to do this for a while and start doing something with these drugs in Winnipeg. I'm talking to the Bloods, I'm talking to the other gangs. I'm asking to find out who's running who and to find out who's bringing the shit into Port Allen, excuse my language, but bringing the stuff here. And I'm going to tell him, I told him straight out, I was talking to one member last night, I'm going to shut him down. He said, do what you want to do. And I'm talking to the leaders of these guys. I'm an ex-gang member. We all have our skeletons in our closets. You do too. I know about a cop that got beaten up or was getting beaten up or charged or got charged with it. Okay, that's our past. Leave my past, leave your past, those are skeletons in the closet. I've changed. I've been going on 18 years being a sun dancer following the red road. I respect my elders. I'm not in the gangs no more. I've been out since 1998. But I still get labeled all the time. Oh, Manitoba Warriors. Smarten up, wake up. Look at out to Winnipeg, that whoever is, gangs here out in Fort Howard, I'm talking to the top dogs and I'm telling them I'm going to be shutting them down here. And I don't need your permission. Okay, I'm going to do it on my own because I lost a lot of nephews and nieces in such a short time. And I'm still grieving and I'm still hurting. I didn't even have a chance to finish grieving someone because of that passes, because of that drug. And I still got time to go do funerals for other people that lost their loved ones because of that drug. I do presentations, and with kids, and I talk about the drugs. I'm living in a positive way, but I still get slandered. I want to help the chief. Am I going to get help from the chief? Really? I don't think so. Thank you.
Drugs in our community, and let's keep the skeletons in the closet. Anyone else have a question?
Hi, my name is Stacy Munn. I'm the daughter of Rod and Cindy Munn. My question for our council members, I was at Tim Hortons one day, and I seen that happening. This guy is he says he's from our community, but he works in our community, and he lives with a woman from our community, but he's not born and raised. He's not a member of our community. Like, he's not a treaty Indian. And a lot of times we see them at the store asking, can I use your treaty number? We as Anishinaabe, that we were given that right because of our treaty. And it's sacred. And when we don't speak, and we don't say nothing, and we bitch about it behind their backs, we're not doing our responsibility as treaty people to tell them, hey, respect these young people. You are coming into our territory, you're working in our territory, you don't pay taxes here. You may live with an Indian woman, or you may, have children here, but you are not a band member. There's a lot of people out there that don't say nothing. What I'm asking our community, and not only chief and council, our community, when you see something bad happening, say something. Speak up. Start speaking. I love Sagkeeng. I love all of my Sagkeeng members. I love that we get together, and I love that we can argue. I love that we can laugh. I love that we can speak to one another in a good way, even in a negative way, but still talk about one another again the next day and say, hey, how are you doing? Not to take things personally, because like my mom said, we're all related, and I hold that really firm in my heart. I may have, beefs with whoever, but I'm still going to be respectful to them the next day and say, hey, how are you doing? I'm praying for you. And I really am praying for our community. I want our community to be strong. I want our kids to be strong. Because it's about them. We're doing all of this to make them stronger. And that's what I'm putting forward to you, Chief and Council, is can you look at those members who are here in Sagkeeng? These people that come to our community who aren't really bad members, but they live and work here, and remind them to be respectful of the true Anishinaabe.
That's a very valid point. Thank you for that.
Hello again. My name is Carol Greer. I want to speak to you about these
there's a stringent requirements that he's asking for, they're asking for volunteers. And if they have stringent requirements to be able to sit on a committee, I don't think that's right. I think whoever
wanted to know is what is the role of the chief and council that you would like to see in the future, their future, your future. This is the fiduciary obligation I was talking about. You are the people. Like Tanya said, you are the bosses. You can make them adhere to the fiduciary obligations that you are entitled to. We discussed laws, the child and family laws, the environmental laws, our community election laws. We discussed housing, land, community and community involvement. We discussed PLE, we discussed op-res members using our numbers. There's so much to discuss, and the only way the problems are going to be resolved is if the community sticks together as one nation and find the solutions to the problems. When we continue talking, listening to our chief and council, let's try to understand that we need to pass that same respect that they ask of you, that we ask of them. Aren't we these people of the 7 teachings? Don't we use that respect? Don't we have honor? Let's pass it. Let's teach the young kids here that, yes, this is us. We have honor. We have respect. Our leaders have fiduciary obligations to their people. With that, I will pass the mic back to our chief. And we're going to get consultation from Mr. Carl Fontaine.
So good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch. First of all, I want to say that I don't mind when people giving feedback, it's positive or negative. You have the right to say that. And I'll take it, and I'll use it to make myself better. I don't come here to say that I'm perfect. I'm going to do everything that people need. It's not possible for me to do that. I've only been in this position for 3 months. Like I said, there was no plans, no nothing. So we basically have to start from scratch to build up an administration, to build up a proper governance system. We don't have that. And then when there's houses that have been gutted before my time, I never had nothing to do with that. I wasn't the one that ordered that house to be gutted. And then I'm the one that's having to deal with that after. I never had nothing to do with a lot of these things that people are talking about. Who's there before me? So we're going to say that I need to fix that. I'll try to fix it, but we don't even know what our budget is for housing. And then I didn't know that the forum approved there's other than that. It was brought to the council table to discuss it. We never made a decision on that. So that's part of the problem that I'm having is that the council is making all the decisions regarding funding that I don't even know half the time what's being approved. So and as far as the severances go, it's not right to have a problem with that. People are taking severances regardless if they're elected or defeated. And I don't think that's right. People take $40,000 every election. The last 2 elections were 4-year terms. Well, people are getting $40,000 regardless if they won or not. So I brought that, I raised an issue with that. When we decided that as a council, and there was a forum of council that approved the severances. I didn't do that. And if it's out in the community, then I have no control over that. I have no control over who puts out information on Facebook. I don't own or control Facebook. And as far as my path goes, yes, I have a past. I was a nice guy when I lived here.
Right, $1,000.
please can we keep it to the limit here? There's no need for any outbursts. We are being live streamed, people. Whatever your outburst is being shared. Okay?
So it was dealt with. The council approved those seven packages. And it's done as far as I'm concerned, but if people want to raise that as an issue, I don't have any control over that. As far as calling me a liar, I don't lie. I don't like people. I don't like people. But the issue there was that I didn't know if we could repair that house or not, because I didn't know what the budgets were. And I still don't know what the budgets are. We don't have a director of finance, so I don't feel comfortable approving things without knowing what our financial situation is. I think that's irresponsible to do that. And then as far as the drugs go in the community, we tried to do things like that. We had that drug meeting, there was lots of good information and things that were brought out at that drug meeting. Then thankfully the people spoke up to the RCMP there and said that they needed to do something, and then the result was we've seen all these raids last week. People getting stopped, four suspected drug dens were raided. And all the people that were on warrants were all picked up. People with drug offenses and firearms offenses. Those were the people that were after. They were after not law-abiding band members. And so when they stopped cars on the road, they were doing spot checks. They had four warrants, search warrants for 4 properties. They went in and searched those properties. There was only one arrest, but somebody had tipped off the homeowners that there was going to be these drug raids. So that's why we can't say nothing in public about what the plans are of the community for drug raids, or drug action, because it gets out, and the drug dealers find out, and then they adjust their plans. So we have to be very quiet and careful about what information we put out into the community, because we have to let the police do their work. And so I'm happy that happened. And then, like I mentioned, that I have a criminal record here. I'm sure like 95% of our people here have criminal records. It's because we were targeted by the police when we grew up. All my friends that I grew up with, we all had criminal records. So some of us went to jail, some of us didn't. And so like, I'm not saying that calling anybody a criminal or anything, or a gang member. I don't know who gang members are. I don't know who the hell they are. That's who those people are. I don't associate with people like that. So for me to say that somebody's a gang member or a drug dealer, they don't know who they are. That's what we're trying to find out. So as far as the laws go, I understand we have a lawmaking process here, and we pass laws, right? But those laws can't be enforced. You can't even enforce a dog bylaw here. So how are we going to, what's the use of creating laws if we can't enforce them? We have to get our basics in place first before we start talking about laws and things that we don't have any resources or powers to do. The drug bylaw, I called the RCMP, I said, how come you're not doing anything in the community about these drugs, or how come you're not going to these homes that were BCR'd years ago? Those people were BCR'd way before my time, they're still living here. Getting action towards drugs is not an easy thing. We have to really put in place proper plans and actions to do that. not willing to work with people. I'm always willing to work with people. Right? And so then as far as the quorum goes, it's a problem for me because I can't get things passed that I want to do sometimes, which is okay, but so I just go and do it anyways, because I know that's what's needed in the community. And so in the future, as we move forward though, I'm fully prepared to work with the council here, because if we don't, then we're not doing our jobs. Represent the people here, push forward the plans and solve the situations that we need to resolve here. So, well, and I don't slander people. I never slander anybody. People are showing me stuff that's on Facebook there, and like I said, that's not me that's putting that stuff out. And whatever that information is out, people should know that anyways. Nothing that should be hidden. That should be open and transparent information. So people are telling me that I'm doing anything wrong, and I'm not doing anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm only here for 3 months. How many years have other people been in council here? I've only been here 3 months trying to get things in order, trying to clean up things so that we can have a good foundation to start putting in place plans and actions to get our community on the property. So, in this meeting here, I agree that we need to have better preparations in our meetings, and that will happen. We'll make sure that there's information things that people need to have in their hands so that they can be better aware of what's going on in the community. Like Ken said, this land meeting is part of the process that we're going through of changing things so that people are well informed and kept up to date on things. We'll continue to do that. We'll have land meetings constantly so that everybody knows what's going on. So I really thank you for your comments, even though they might be personal, but I don't take nothing personal. I always thank people for giving me feedback and giving me direction. That's what you're supposed to do. So I don't hold anything against anybody for what they say against me or to me.
I'd like to call up Carl Fontaine is here. Carl. Manchaya, Carl. Okay, Carl Fontaine is going to give us a little presentation on lawmakers and nuclear definition presentation.
Mr. Chair. First of all, my name is now Egypt. My name is Shnawi name, and my clan is the Vijay, which is the links. There's 2 things I want to talk about here today. First one, it has to do with the Canadian nuclear labs in Pinawa. We've had a relationship with them for the last couple of years with the previous council, and also some of the councils that are here today. So I just wanted to let you know what's going on with that. We know for a fact that the people do not want a WR1 in Pinawa. We know that, okay? And what we've been doing is negotiating with CNL, Canadian Nuclear Labs, and also AECL, Atomic Energy Canada, in regards to the whole issue of the nuclear plant in Pinawa. And it's in our traditional area. When Donovan was chief, he claimed that was our traditional area, and the people recognize that now. But there's going to be a long process that's going to take place. We had a meeting with the council last week, And we're given direction in terms of maybe selecting a few more members into the committee. Right now we have Norman Guimont, because of his experience. Edna Johnston, she picked a lot of medicines and did a lot of work in that area, wild rice and whatever. Then we have Carson Robinson as a youth. Sarah Fontaine was part of the group at the beginning, but she resigned. She's no longer with the group. And then we have Todd Cushane and Ivy Bernard. Those are the members of the committee, the existing committee right now. And we have meetings with they have a person there, his name is Vince, that comes and meets with us every so often. And we have sessions like this before. We had gatherings, we invited CNL to come out. And what we're going to be doing is doing a lot more than that now. And we were up in the air in terms of what was going on with the new chief and council, but now we've done pretty well. They all sorted out, I guess, and as time progresses, hopefully things will improve in terms of that relationship. And of course, there was also a study that was done with narrative. It had to do with the psychological effects of that existing operation in Pinawa. And the results of that consultation with the people, there was a clinical psychologist that was involved as part of the study. And what they found is that our people do have psychological effects because of that facility in Pinawa. They do. And it also stems from the residential school, and it triggered a lot of the stuff that came out of the residential school because of the psychological effects of that Pinawa site. So there's a lot of stuff, but we managed to negotiate a plan where the CNL is going to fund a healing process for our community, which hasn't been signed yet. But hopefully it'll be coming to action pretty soon, so that we can start helping to heal the people that are affected by this whole project in Pinawa. And what they told us at the last meeting, sadly, but I got to share this because it really pissed me off, is that no matter what happens, they're going to do what they want to do anyway. That's a poor attitude. I guess it's up to our community how we're going to react to that. I have some suggestions, but as time goes, I'll make some suggestions to the community and to the chief and council as time goes. But I also need direction from chief and council on the process of how we're going to be selecting a few more people to sit on that committee. And we'll go ahead with that too. So I just wanted to report on that. We're still moving ahead. We're still meeting with them. And we're going to be planning a summer feast pretty soon. That CNL we already got the funds for all of that for the whole year. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to have a community meeting again and a gathering and stuff like that and having a barbecue. I know for a fact, and I said this at our meeting yesterday, is that, because we did have a meeting, is that I understand what CNL is trying to do here. They're trying to appease Sagkeeng whichever way that they can in order for us to agree on what they want to do. And I said, I don't think Sagkeeng will ever agree to that. That's what I told them. But I'm just saying that because of what I've been hearing from the people and the elders, and that we also were successful in acquiring funds to have a gardening program. Brenda Morso is the one that's heading that right now. The gardening program has to do with watching that site, so if there's any spills or anything like that happens, it has to be reported to the community or anything like that. And not only that, but we will be expanding on the gardening program even more. In terms of, some of the waste that's coming out of these sites that are coming out from the farmers, the chemicals that are being used in polluting our water system. It's a big thing that's going on right now with this whole project. And it carries on to other things too. The main thing is that we have to look after our environment, our health, and everything. As a result, from a lot of things that happened in the past, the pulp and paper mill is one of them, the hydro dam and all that is part of that too. And we have people that are working in researching a lot of stuff that's happening within our community and probably be reported to the chief and council. So anyways, I also asked that Mr. Swampy here be part of the committee, because he has a lot of background in terms of the hunting, trapping, and all these other areas, to look after, the wildlife, to look after the land and all this other stuff. He has a lot of experience. That's why I made a recommendation. It's just a recommendation right now. It has been approved. But anyways, I just thought I'd share that in terms of what's happening with CNL. We're moving ahead. We're negotiating with them. But as time goes, we're going to be, I think the Guardian program is going to be presenting some sort of pamphlets to let the people know what's going on. And we did that before too. We left information packages in different areas in the community. Plus we had a meeting here, with the CNL representatives and stuff like that. But that's going to be continuing. It's an ongoing process. Okay? They have to hear from the people. If you have any concerns, tell them to them. But we've been telling them that too. Like, our people are very concerned about that nuclear site. Before I close on this one, there's something that I want to share with you, and I've shared it with them. That whole plan started in 1962-63, when John F. Kennedy was the President of the United States. Okay? I used to work as an elevator in Milner Ridge, and I used to look around the area. And what I noticed there is that they had an airstrip. And they also, that facility itself was meant for the United States Army. That's what the whole intent of that place was. In 1963, there was a threat of a nuclear war from Russia. What I suspect maybe is that they were getting ready at that site to do something to retaliate to the Russians. But what they're telling us, no. This is a research lab for medical purposes. But for me personally, and in terms of Mr. Lecky's, I think that's a bunch of BS. I think there was other intents. Okay? But in terms of the evidence and all that, I don't know where to get it. But I know just visually working there, I see that airstrip. I also I was told that the facility for the minimum security was also Army base for the United States Army. Why? You know what I mean? It just makes sense. Anyways, that's my part of the CNL presentation. Now I'll move on to the lawmakers. I was asked to be part of the lawmakers on an interim basis, which runs out on Friday, the 30th. Okay? But from what I understand, and the whole thing behind all of this, because I was part of helping Brad when Brad was a coordinator for the lawmakers, I used to deliver stuff, and I used to have these public meetings with the lawyers involved and drafting, the laws and stuff. And Cindy was all part of that too, I know. But anyways, like I said, my term runs out on Friday. Because of the election and all that stuff, we had to see where everything was coming from in terms of the new council, okay? That's what we were waiting for. That's what I was waiting for. And we did have a meeting last week, but we didn't really discuss the lawmakers part of it. But what the lawmakers is that we always talk about sovereignty. We also talk about nationhood. I used to work for the system, okay? Like I said, justice. And a lot of those people that are sitting in jail are our people. Why can't we deal with our own problems? Right now we have Ingrid Fontaine, Stan's sister, working on the development of our own judicial system, okay? And they're researching a lot of different areas in terms of what to bring forward to the community so the community can decide on what they want to see as our justice system. I really feel that it's very important that it has to be done in order to interpret a lot of these laws, because there's a child and family law that's going to be coming up. Then we need a governance law, and we need to reestablish and redo that election law. We all knew that, Stan and I knew that when we started this whole election process here. We knew that. But it's just because of the expediency of the election and all this other stuff, we had to do what was there. So that's what we did, and we went ahead. These people here you're sitting in front here were elected based on what Stan as electoral did. Okay? That was the result. But anyways, I just wanted to share that. Like I said, my recommendation right now is that I know I asked the council this for an extension and maybe asking Lynn Dory to be part of that, to work with her, to also establish a delegate council, because it's very important we have a delegate council. It's very important because they're the ones that are going to coordinate these laws and all this other stuff that's going to be happening in the community. The leadership here are swamped with a lot of work, but these people will be focused on the lawmaking process of Sagkeeng, which is really needed. We have to develop our own laws. We can't depend on those other laws from the outside, the municipal laws. We must become a municipality. We have to establish and prove and do our own nationhood, our own sovereignty. That's the basis of those laws. So anyways, I just thought I'd share that with you. Like I said, my term runs out on Friday. It all depends on what the council wants to do. It's their decision. But I'm just letting you know that my term runs out on Friday. I'm asking for an extension of at least 2 months so I can work with Lynn Dory, and I'm asking Lynn Dory to come on board so that we can facilitate the delegate council. Okay, so that's where it's at right now. That's my report. Miigwech.
Okay, Miigwech Carl, Mr. Carl Fontaine, his term ends up on Friday. And we're going to discuss the economic development update. And what's that? Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I'm calling on the women here to come and stand here because this deals with our government officials here on how they have to start working together, and what we've been seeing, the rumors that have been all over this community has been very hurtful. We've tried to sit, and there was no explanation, so that's why there was a lot of people here today. They wanted some answers. So it doesn't matter. They can write their order in councils, but as a community, we're the lawmakers right now. Because under this lawmakers council, it doesn't exist. We need a women's council, men's, youth, and elders in order to work with those laws. Currently, we have to go under the lawmakers election law because we're not under the Indian Act anymore. The Crown signed it back to us. It gave us that authority to say, take care of your business. So we have to follow that election law regardless. Indian Affairs won't listen to anyone's appeals. That's why we're lacking that appeal board under the election law. There's a lot of discrepancies that had happened. There was a lot of, there wasn't enough protection on the, ballot boxes. There was discrepancies in so many numbers. So our people decided because there was 8 votes between 2 chiefs, that was fine. Under the election law, it says under 10, you have to do a recount. So they did a recount. I know I was a witness there because I was one of the markers. But getting back to this, this motion is about our council, it's about our leadership, and it doesn't hold any harm towards them, just so you know, because we follow the 7 teachings. That's what our people always say. And we honor the jump first, we honor the eagle staff, and we're always guided by tobacco. So if you don't mind, I just want to put it down here for a second. So read the motion out that we want to hear, and we want you to listen. Because we've been working too. We've been watching from afar. So we've been working too diligently and trying to put this together and read these laws, read the process law. The judicial law is not there. It says a bit of stuff on it, but it does not it's not fully done yet. Because if one of you guys made a mistake, you would have to go in front of the lawmakers and say what happened. If people came forward and said, you did this, well, you have to go in front of the lawmakers and they'll make a decision. Then they pass it over to the judicial law, which is another group of people that make the final decisions on what happens to any member that's representing Sagkeeng First Nation Band 262. That's how that works. What we're missing those. So our request, I guess, today is because of what Carl just said. His position will be terminated on Friday, but I don't think it should be appointed either. We're requesting as well that a special lawmakers assembly happen, and I think we could have one in September to host one, so that we could work on some of these amendments so that we could make some of the amendments and start working on these laws so that they're powerful, they're our tool, that we don't have to engage with Canada, that Canada has to stand and listen to us and be respectful of our community. That's how we have to work. It has to be like that. We're not going to give in. That's our Constitution. And the laws, we follow everything. So this one here is Sagkeeng. I'm saying this to you guys right now, so please listen. Whereas although a quorum of the Executive Council, which is you guys, Chief and Council, has been making every effort to work together with the Chief, pursuant to the laws governing Sagkeeng First Nation. And whereas the Chief apparently has consistently, which is a rumor, and that's why the elders wanted to sit with the Chief to ask him, please help us break down these rumors. But you refused that day, you said you were treating one, but then the councilors told the elders, no, he was here. So anyway, on behalf of the elders, the Chief has consistently refused to work together with the quorum of the Executive Council, Band Council, in accordance with the laws governing of Sagkeeng First Nation. Not to worry, it's going to get better. And whereas it therefore become necessary to repeat and confirm the respective roles of the Chief and all the members of Council. And there are rules and responsibilities that we wrote here. So I'll give you a copy. Won't even read that. I'll get someone else to read the rules. As set out the mandatory requirements of the Sagkeeng Monopoly process law. You guys all have to read the process law, okay? That's your first governance duty. Read the laws first together. That's what we're asking. And the and whereas it's mandatory requirement of Sagkeeng and the that any and all activities of Sagkeeng First Nation must be approved by the majority of quorum of the Executive Band Council. So not one of you can decide on behalf of all of us. You all have to make sure you're there together, to work together as a team. This is what it means. I check my reading glasses, sorry. At any duly convened meeting, and whereas Section 20 of the process will not negate but states that the day-to-day administration of Sagkeeng shall be conducted by you guys, Executive Council. That's what that means, okay? So A, in order for a meeting of the Executive Band Council to be convened, at least five of this, okay? 5. There's 6 elected councilors, 1 chief. So we're asking at least 5 of this. Of the band council must be present at every meeting. The meeting must either be a regular meeting or all of his band councilors must have received notice of the meeting, including its subject and any resolutions to be considered no less than 48 hours, okay? Asking you to look at this 2 days ahead, prior to the start of any meeting. Now, whereas section 23 of the Sagkeeng states that the chief shall chair, you will chair every meeting, chief, of the executive council, and you are to break any votes. And if the chief is absent from the meeting of the executive band council, the councillor who received the most votes in the most recent election shall chair the meeting. I'm not quite sure who had the most. Was it Henry or Josh? Which one are you? Which one? Henry. So he would be the next in line to chair if Chief Fontaine wasn't there. And whereas part 16, the continuation and the governance of the Sagkeeng Monopoly process law states, section 3, the executive council shall continue to exercise the executive powers and responsibilities of the Sagkeeng Anishinaabe government as defined by the laws of the Lawmakers Assembly. That means us, whatever we decide as a community, they gotta follow. Section 4, the Executive Council must not bind the band or the Anishinaabe by any agreement which would limit the treaty rights, Aboriginal rights, or Indigenous rights, or lawmaking powers of the Anishinaabe, and does not have the power to so bind the band. The Executive Council may continue to exercise the powers and the responsibilities of the band council pursuant to the lawmakers, unless and until specific laws are adopted according to this process law, which limit, regulate, or assign powers and responsibilities. And whereas the following relevant, this band council procedure regulations C95 sections are applicable to duly convened meetings of the Executive Council, which is the band council. The last section is section 8, the chief of the band, or with the consent of the majority of the councillors present at the meeting, shall be the presiding officer. So he is the presiding officer, may God. And then section 18 under our lawmaker says, all questions before the council shall be decided by the majority vote of the councillors present. You must vote, all of you, on any major decisions, any agreements, anything that has to do with the band funding, you all must vote together. You cannot leave each other out. This is why you were elected, to handle the band's money and protect the money. Section 18 is the presiding officer shall not be entitled to vote, but whenever the votes are equal, the presiding officer, which is the chief other than the superintendent, shall cast the deciding vote. And whereas the duly democratic elected members of the Executive Council will you'll represent us as the constituents, means your band members. Constituents, that's what I'm trying to say. That's us, the members of Sagkeeng First Nation, and ensure that the interests of all the members of Sagkeeng First Nation are served and protected. Therefore, we resolve that pursuant to the the Sagkeeng and the applicable provisions of our lawmakers and the band council procedure regulations, transaction, procurement, hiring, determination, or activities of any kind whatsoever without limitation shall be deemed to be approved by Sagkeeng First Nation without in advance the express written approval of Sagkeeng Anishinaabe government approved by a quorum of members of the Executive Band Council. So lastly, this order of the Sagkeeng Anishinaabe government shall be publicly posted and directly provided to all the vendors, the service providers, the managers, the employees of Sagkeeng First Nation, and also provided to all government agencies, entities involved with Sagkeeng First Nation. And the last is failure. If you fail by the chief or any of the members of this council. If you fail to comply with the provisions of this Onapani-Galen and the lawmakers assembly, the terms of this order shall be treated as a breach of section 17-2, 17C, and 17G, the code of conduct set out in the Onapani-Galen and may result in removal from office. This order of said that it shall be passed and ratified this third day of whatever day we decide in December. So that's the motion. I know it was quite long, but it would have to be said because those laws are so thick and they're so heavy. So we try to condense it as much as possible, just to give them some direction here to how they have to conduct themselves at meetings from here today. They have to work together. We have to quit hearing that one is working by himself over there, or she's working alone, or this one's working on the other side. We can't do that. This is what we're asking you today. This is our motion, that you guys work together and you follow the 7 teachings and you try to get along, because we're all related and we all are families. We're one nation, we're independent, and we're very strong.
Which Maryland, that was a good one. So, not kidding away, did I say that right? It says that our chief and council must work together by law. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the chief and we're going to talk about economic development update, or... Oh, did you want us to sign that, or... Oh, you got a motion? Okay, the motion has been passed.
You need a seconder and discussion? In the interest of transparency and accountability, I agree with what Marilyn presented, but I think because you represent us, whether I voted for you or not, you still represent me, you still represent my family, and every person here. But I would like to include in that motion that all decisions that are moved by a form of council be public, that if we ask to see all the motions that you've made, then we can see that. Because those decisions that you make, that they affect all of us. Not just a few people, but all of us. Yeah, and our children. So I'd like to see that included, that in the interest of transparency. The other thing is, in the absence of a law that governs your conduct while you represent us, what policy of government governs how you govern? The other thing is, there is a law that was drafted. This was in the 1990s. A law called the Government Administration Act. We would call it the Government Administration Law. And that law is what guides how our council should be conducting their business. somewhere. I think I might have a copy somewhere in my notoriously bad filing system. But one exists. And the lawmakers that attended those lawmaking sessions at the time, they agreed that this law needed to be drafted, so it was drafted. And it was presented to one lawmakers assembly at the time. So it was already on its way in the process law that existed then, just so you know. And there was a financial administration law that had been passed at the same time too.
Okay, we wait again. And how are we?
So the motion made forward by Marilyn, is there a seconder? Was that Jennifer, sorry? Yeah, to add, yeah, so we'll add the addition to the motion. Cynthia's gonna second it. Discussion?
Hi, good afternoon. This motion that's been put forward, I would like to ask the time to have something written that everybody can see. Like, I mean, they put it forward and it sounds good, but I don't even remember what they started with. I would like, before we all agree to this, I would like to see it written and know what we are agreeing to. You know, in their own writing there, they ask for 2 days for people to consider things. Why can't we have that consideration too? Like 2 days to consider what the motion is, to see it written? I want to see it written. I don't understand like things just automatically right away as soon as they're said, you know? And I'm sure a lot of us don't. So I would like to see it written and take the time to consider it first. That's all the conversation.
Good point. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you very much.
Very good, Sandy. Very good.
And I'm not going to win.
You have to put the motion on hold change. That has to be added. And then it has to go to. You have to give, put a motion on the floor that shall be addressed at a later date to add what Miss Jennifer Smith had said. And once that's put into place, it goes out to the community, whether you hire someone to go and deliver to each household, and then we'll bring it forward in September. That's how we'll do this. But I'm not looking for anybody here to attack this law or this attack this motion. Somebody had to do it. We had to do some work. You had the opportunities too to sit on your own and decide what you felt was wrong. So we can't be attacked because we worked on something for months. We didn't use a lawyer. We used our own brains and read the lawmakers, and we read the Onondaga Gateway. And you still have to read it, all of you. So don't judge us for the work we did either. That was the old people. I wrote it on behalf of them. But for now, I agree. If you want that done, then so be it. But in the meantime, from this day forward till the date that you decide in September, our special assembly on these laws, that you continue to work together. From what I just said, this is from the old people. So please be respectful anyway until that time, okay? We got you.
I'd like to add and to reiterate once again, ladies and gentlemen, that our chief and council have only been in for 3 months. And this is what they have done so far.
I just want to say that, I understand where Marilyn's coming from. I understand and I respect that, Marilyn. But what I'd like to suggest is that to hold off on this for now, like what was recommended by Miss Secretary over there. But what I'm asking for is a delay. Let's establish that not the judicial council, but the delegate council first. Let's do that. It doesn't matter who does it as long as it gets done. I'm not asking that I absolutely have to do it. But I made a suggestion earlier, that's all I'm saying for now. Because we can't exclude that delegate council. They're the force that's going to establish those laws as time goes. The chief council don't have all that time. So I just wanted to make that suggestion. Just to go ahead with what Marilyn saying there, we can probably do that within the next week or so. We can get that thing going. Like I said before, I was up in the air because I didn't know where everything was at. I don't even know how much the budget is right now for the lawmakers. I don't even know that. But I asked for it, and I haven't received it yet. And I think the council should know it's there. Absolutely. Anyways, I just thought I'd make that suggestion. It's only a suggestion, okay? That's all it is. I'm not trying to tell people what to do, but I'm just making a suggestion. Okay, Mitch?
All right, anyway, Carl.
I want to say that with all these things here, lawmakers come good with. It's gone too fast. The chief and council hasn't really done their work. And why are we pushing on them to do this all of a sudden? Let them do the work first. Let them do our work in Sagkeeng here. Why the rush? Why are we rushing for it? Let the chief and council do their rights for us people. For some people want to get ahead. I don't know why. Bizan, Hawaii, we have to get along. We have to work together. Let's give them enough time to work for us. That's all I want to say. Big wage.
Selena. That's what we need, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of feedback. These are laws that are going to concern your grandchildren, the 7th generation. Oh, okay, we got another comment.
I've got a few concerns here because I don't want to get back to Mike again. Our 911, we don't have no 911. Our emergency numbers, they don't respond to it. Last time I tried to phone when the trailer was burning down there was, I couldn't even get a hold of no fire department, nothing. Somebody was trying to break into my house one time and he had a 2.6. I tried to phone 911, once again, no calls. I phoned all the band constables, no answers. Look, I'm studying alone. This is a something meeting, right? Okay, and then our transit. I know you don't want to have no transit system happening. How will it prosper? I got all kinds of certificates, but I can't get to work. I don't drive. I'll never drive. The lithium mines. I think we should be getting some kind of benefit, some kind of royalties from that because they're destroying our land, destroying our nature. We should be getting royalties. And I think we should have learned from the bill in Pinawa Dam. Nuclear reactors. I think we should learn from that that we got our land destroyed. We got no benefits whatsoever from any of those things. Except for environmental disasters, health issues. And our high together. Another question, well, this was a question. I wanted to find out why is the animal control cut off? Why was that scrapped? We have all kinds of dogs running all over the place. People are being attacked by dogs. Why was that scrapped? I can't understand that. We're neutering, spaying so many dogs. I put in my own money out there. I think I put in $500 for all those dogs. We need that animal control back. Our COVID funding, I will put one last one. And these girls put longer than I did. COVID funding, we got to talk about. We had COVID funding, we got $4 million per application that they put out there. $4 million, that's a lot of money. And then we did the four applications, that's $12 million. Where's all that money? So I think we should be asking, where's all our money? We have no money. Everybody's suffering.
Thank you again, and there was a motion on the floor.
There's a motion for discussion. Just not a motion.
Am I losing control of you people? I say you people because I am a people. We're all indigenous creatures. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, people. I just want to bring up concern to Chief and Council and how you're working with the RCMP. When there's calls from the North Shore, the police just fly down that road like 120, 150 miles an hour, 2 or 3 of them at a time. There's kids playing on the road. There's people walking on the road. If they hit anybody, they're going to be up the creek. I'd like to see you talk to the RCMP and talk to them about that, because I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I think we need to put up signs. There was a sign there before the school burned. I don't think there's any signs there now, speed limits. There has to be speed limits, because I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I'd like to see that addressed, if you can. Thank you.
And I think I'm going to go back to the Chief and Council to get a good job with our itinerary, which is our economic development update and the Mamawanan purchase by the van and our community visioning project. Still on the floor?
So that motion on the floor that the chief has, it says at the end of it, at a newly convened meeting, which is today, June 28, 2003, that we will have a continuation of the special lawmakers assembly in September on a date you guys can decide and then post it. That's all with this motion for today. Okay? That's it. Then it's done.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yeah. There's a motion on the floor. We'll stay here.
Till September.
Okay, and I'll hand the mic back to Mr. Sagkeeng for our economic development update.
Just want to speak about the motion there. I'm in full agreement about working with the council, working together. I really agree that that's important. At the same time, making all the decisions that are made at council table, make them public for everybody to see. I don't have any doubts with that, and I look forward to seeing the motion become law, I guess, at the lawmaker assembly in September. 911 is something that I think we need to look at. Definitely, thanks for bringing that forward. Transit system, I've heard that many times now by people in the community, and we definitely have to make a movement on that because that seems to be a priority of the people in the community. So we'll put together a plan to have some sort of a transit system in the community. Lithium mines, all the mining activity in the territory, we do have some agreements with the mining companies, but they're not final agreements, they're just agreements to allow them to go to the exploration stage. So what that means is when they go in and they explore and digging in the territories, they spend money on what's called exploration. And so when they spend that money, we get a percentage of the money that they spend. So for instance, with grid metals, they've been doing exploration in the territory right now. And I don't know how much they spent, but we got a check from grid metals for $136,000. Just for when we can do whatever we want with those funds. But if they find a big deposit, or if they hit gold, as they say, then that's when major negotiations will be triggered with Sagkeeng to find out how we can benefit from those finding everybody. Everybody will be involved in those negotiations. We'll make sure to consult fully with everybody on what kind of agreement is reached with those mining companies. Bill wants to say something.
I just wanted to add there in regards to the mining exploration part. Former council, we made the recommendation that all monies that received from the mining would be used for the youth. That's where we want to continue that with this council to discuss creation of different activities for our young people. Like a splash pad, we're still working on finding the funding for that. So we want to ensure that, so if the community accepts us utilizing that money for our youth, and think about that for a future decision. I just wanted to add that piece to it.
Great. So those mining agreements will ensure that Sagkeeng people are fully consulted and given the ability to approve them or not. In our territory here, we have one of the largest lithium deposits in the world. Lithium is used for batteries, for different electronics. And other than China, we have the largest deposit in the world here. So all kinds of mining companies are coming into the territory to do staking and exploration. So every time somebody comes in, they have a duty to consult with Sagkeeng on that.
To be going high, if we're going to be betting on anything like we should be really prospering off of this mic.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll make sure.
How do we use everybody?
Everybody, yeah, for sure. And then the hydro dams, we did meet with the hydro on one occasion with some of the lower level people. And all the dams that are operating on the Winnipeg River are operating on temporary licenses. And the problem with the hydro accord negotiations is that Palliser, when he was prime premier, put a halt to all negotiations and put a gag order on hydro. He couldn't talk to anybody. And so the new premier, Stephenson, has maintained that position. So even if we wanted to meet with hydro, they would refuse to talk with us about anything regarding hydro accord compensation. So now that there's an election coming up, Chief and Council are going to be asking for a meeting with Heather Stephenson to see if we can reopen negotiations on hydro compensation. Animal control, I wasn't aware that stopped. I get messages from some lady from the city saying that they're going to be doing a neutering and spaying clinic here. About, I think they're going to be doing about 65 dogs, basically, so they can't breathe. And that's when they're not neutered or spayed, that's when they pack. So, I wasn't sure, I'll have to check into what's going on with animal control.
Are we going to be bringing it back though? Are we going to be bringing it back?
Yeah, we'll bring it back, yeah. And then COVID funding, Sagkeeng received $19 million in COVID funding. Over the last, whenever COVID struck, we received $19 million.
I asked Derek, I asked him, did you put your application in November 30th and you get your money December 27th? He said yes. How much was it? $4 million? Did you make another application? He said yes, it was a assembly meeting if you wanted to check the recordings.
Yeah, so that probably includes the 4 million then, but
Per application.
yeah, so what, since COVID came, Sagkeeng has received $19 million for COVID funding, and I don't really know how that money was spent, but it came to the community, and it's all spent now.
So how it worked, just to give you an understanding. So each department did an application and received COVID funding. The number that he's referring to is a full amount that Sagkeeng received. And just to give you an example, when social department received COVID funding, those were paid out to the people that were on EIA. So this whole amount, we can actually break it down. We can ask our auditor to have a breakdown, so you have a better understanding of how and where the money was spent.
The money that is the social dividend has nothing to do with that COVID funding. That came right straight from the government.
So when it's, just to clarify, when it's paid COVID-19, it's on our band budget. Regardless of if it was sent from the government, it's still COVID-19 funding, so it's gross at that amount. And we can request that as leadership, to request a full breakdown of the COVID-19 money, as recommended by the people here, and it's not a problem. We can provide that at the September meeting.
Well, talking about COVID money, I'm an elder and I only got 149 from the bank. And I think each elder must have got that much. And I don't know where the rest of that money went.
Like Councilor Dillon said, we'll make sure to have a full accounting of where those monies were spent in the audit.
Because just to go specifically to the elders, so there was a payment issued, I believe in 20, around December, every elder received $250. The following year, every elder received $400. All elders over 65 were on the list, so some checks were sent back because we couldn't find some of the elders. We tried our best to reach out to all Sagkeeng band members, but this is an example of where some of that COVID funding is. But we'll give you a full outline from our auditor.
I was going to ask, how about the ones that were gone to die or on welfare, like where did their money go to? People my age, like 40-year-olds or whatever, 30-year-olds.
I'm not sure, I wasn't here when the COVID funding was here, so but like Councilor Dillon says, we'll make sure to give a full accounting of the funds that we really want. RCMP about raising all the highways, we'll be sure to talk to them. We talked to RCMP on Monday, we had a meeting, council meeting with them, and we're talking about having a formal kind of a relationship where we meet with them ongoing to discuss community safety and issues. So we'll make sure to raise that with the community. And I'll just update on economic development now. That's there.
Can I ask a question before we move on quorum? The election law? Like, a lot of these, I'm not sure if all of you know what the election law was, or any of the laws that were put in place. They were there for a long time. You know, good on Maryland and everybody else that's working really hard and that was doing these laws, but a lot of people don't understand them because of the fact that they have a lot of $100 words, okay? So to break it down, we needed simple, I can't even say a word. You know, we needed to keep it simple. For a reason is we need to know what quorum means. Like, that's why we have our council today fighting. So what is the use of calling the chief a chief there's no, you know what I mean? Like, why even have a chief? Let's call them all council and no chief. Because if quorum is just gonna vote that out, I think right now, if we're gonna say, let's put a motion on the floor, let's put a motion on the floor and say, let's revamp the election law. Let's add in a few things. Let's not change it all completely. Let's change a few things that need to be, where they're all working together. That's the main goal, because every time I look at these little ones that are in here, you know, like, there are future generations. Like everybody's saying, we need to make sure there's a future for them. 7 generations down the road, what are we gonna have for them? This council has to work together now. Stop saying quorum. Stop taking a severance package or whatever, everybody's rubric or whatever. Work together for Christ's sakes.
Anybody share? Good points. Yeah.
Okay, these guys are asking for a health break first, and then we're going to have a little more of a discussion later. Okay. Oh, there's snacks in the back there in the lobby, everybody, so go ahead and help yourself with some snacks. Come back in about 15 minutes. 2 cigarettes.
I'll let you go home.
HWJ 495. We need your car moved.
What kind of car?
It's a GM. Wait, think of it.
Color. Color.
Black. Well, if it's not good, we're calling it tow truck. We're calling it a tow truck and you can pick it up at the bank office in the morning. All right, everybody. Last leg of your afternoon. I'd like to say a couple of things on my own personal. I wanted to say anger can be abusive. Anger has two parts. Discord and restlessness. Encourage each other. Encourage each other to ask each other, why do we feel this anger? Why are we angry towards everything around us? We need to express, we need to suppress, and we need calm. Under the 7 teachings, we have these. We just need to enforce our 7 teachings. Respect, honor, love, and the rest. With that, I was give the mic back to our chief, and thank you for coming back.
Good afternoon again, everybody. Just a quick update on economic development. I know that was an area that I really believe that we have to invest more resources and funding into developing businesses here, private businesses, land-owned businesses. That's something over the next month or two we'll be working with council to put together plans to develop more economic development, including an economic development corporation and an economic development board. We also have that's backing out to hire an economic development officer. So those are things that we're setting up to drive economic development in the community. But also there's been some things that have been done by the previous council that people should be aware of or be informed about. Number one is the purchase of the Mama Wewang store across the river. That's now a bad store. And Dad purchased that business for $800,000. And so that will be operating that as part of an extension of the superstore. So we'll do a little bit of rejigging there with the staff. We're going to be hiring an overall store manager that will manage both stores. And then each store will have their own sort of assistant store managers, the way we envision that being operated. So we own that now with Mama Wewang. As well, the money that we give for economic development in the community is quite small. We get about $350,000 to pursue economic development in the community. That's not a lot of money, so what we're going to do with that money is we want to hire an economic development coordinator, set up the corporation, and then pull out more funds that are available to different economic development programs by the government and also other First Nations organizations like First Peoples Economic Development Fund, etc. Also include what we've done as a council. We've made not a policy, but a commitment to use our own people for whatever projects that are being built in the community. If we have carpenters, plumbers, or electricians, or business owners that own equipment, we're going to give that work to our people first. When we start to do that, the youth center that's going to be built, we're going to be putting in a bid to do that work. It's going to be a request for proposal process, so we'll be partnering with a construction company to do that work. Same with the 10 unit, if the file gets final approval, there's going to be a 10 unit CMHC complex for people that have disabilities, people that can't live in the care home. For instance, there are certain people there that are younger people, well, they will go live in that complex there. So we'll be talking with the council about putting together a team or an organization, a company, for us to build that complex. So every project that's being done in Sagkeeng, we made a commitment to ensure that people that work in those projects are going to be our people. But as well, at the same time, we might not have certain expertise or skills in the community, and that's when we'll go out to get those kinds of resources to build those projects. Community visioning project, I don't know whether people remember Brenda Shane did a really good comprehensive community plan. It's a really big, thick document, but we want to go one step further in that project and have focus groups to really refine what kind of community economic plan we can have in the community, and we'll put that in a more simple, shorter document, but also have it accompanied by a video where we'll show people, here's Sagkeeng the way it looks now, and here's how it's going to look after we've completed our economic development, community economic plan. So that will give people a better visual of what you want to see in the community. It's not what we want to see, but it will be one step further than the community comprehensive plan, actually making a visual plan of what we see in the community. And that's it for economic development. Does anybody have any questions about that? Or any other plans that we should look at?
Hello, my name is Venus. Just want to thank everybody for speaking. I love everybody's opinions. And also, I just wanted to make a suggestion towards economic development. Like, for example, you know how the town they have like all these car shops, and I just want to share an experience where I went to a business in town a couple weeks ago, and it didn't work out well, and I just hope to see our community build like our own car shops. We have one sitting there that can be utilized with, I'm sure, somebody who has a mechanic license, and have that going, just so the community can go there instead of going to town and being ripped off by the town. Like, I don't want to speak ill about the town, but it's just the feeling I get when I go to shop in town. There's certain groups that I don't feel good giving them my money, and I don't want to. So with that experience, I went to Bonnet, and I found somebody who is more honest, and they're straight up with me, and you know, I just looking for more businesses, and just give people chances, you know, like, because I know my partner, he used to Winnipeg, and he's a drywall paper, and you know, like, he's been doing it for 11 years, he's been down here 11 years, and he's been doing that for a long time, and like, he has so much experience, but he's not from here, so just putting that out there. But no, I'm just asking about businesses like that we could start, and we could just keep our money in the community, like a car shop, whatever, more grocery stores, more restaurants, a gym for kids to go there and work out. Like, I buy my kids weights, and they want to like go to a gym, but they're not allowed to go to the gym in town because they're not old enough. they have to be a certain age. That's all I have.
Economic development questions.
Thanks, Ben. Just for a bit, economic development part, I was just thinking about the BLTs on the North Shore. Now that we own Mama Wheelings, wouldn't it be wise to put BLTs in the machine for job promotion, like getting security jobs, more BLT workers, and economic dollars from there to go towards the aspect that Dylan was talking about? It'll benefit the kids in the long run. So just my thoughts, maybe you could consider that. And I'd like to point out about the health department there too, about the after hours emergencies. A couple times I had to sleep in the van with my grandkids in the city. Couldn't get a hold of anybody after hours. Their office is open from 8 till 4. And to go through that, we shouldn't have to go through that. There should be something after hours to reach for anybody. I just my thoughts. Thank you.
I've been asking quite a bit with the councils that for the last couple of years about maybe getting a drop-in center for the boys and girls, so they can have some positive role models for the young ones and show them the way, like Christianity, maybe the way of the Sundance Power, and show, and that way if a lot of the young kids here, they don't have food at home, okay, and if you have a drop-in center for the kids open till 9 o'clock every evening, they'll have supper and everything. They accomplished that in Black River, and I worked in Black River with the chief, and I started doing that with making bags and soup and teaching them how to drum. And I think it would be positive here if we started doing that here, making one in North Shore and South Shore. And teaching these young kids before the drug dealers, the gangsters get to them, we'll get to them and show them the positive way. And you gotta remember one thing too, the kids, they idolize parents. I'm one of them, okay? My son wanted to be like me all his life, and I was a gangbanger at the time. Now I lost my son. He's 6 feet underground now, because he wanted to be like me. My street name was Big G, with the Manitoba Warriors. Now my son, they call him Little G. And now he's dead. Because he started taking the drugs, he tried to be something that I didn't want him to be. And now I take care of my grandchildren, and I'm trying to show them the positive way. You following the red road. And and I really think we should get something going, especially for our children, because that's our future. Without them, we don't have a future. And if they start dropping and dying because of the stupid drug out here, what's going to happen? Thank you.
That's some strong words for economic development for children.
So before the break, I made an address about slander towards my family. I wanted to clarify that we're not personally attacking you. We were asking for an apology. We were not asking you to pass the blame and say so-and-so did this. If I go into someone's lodge or ceremony and my strawberries disrespect or hurt someone, it's my job as their leader to take accountability and apologize to the leaders and the people that they hurt. You owe my family an apology.
This is the type of stuff we're trying to avoid. This is the type of stuff that needs respect.
From my heart.
This is the police. Really? It's not.
I'm just going to change the subject here. I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion, and it's for the elders. Being an elder myself and not having a vehicle and not having access to vehicles. Okay, being an elder and not having access to a vehicle and not being able to go places now, I was wondering if it would be possible and if there's any interest in us having maybe a program with a van available where elders would sign up to go on trips, maybe to hikes or to the casino or different places, just for an evening out or just for an afternoon out. And also for Friday, the end of the month when we get our checks, we go to Salford to pay so much for gas and go to Salford and do our shopping so that we don't have to shop, that we have more variety of shopping to do and probably with prices that we get more for. And I'm just wondering if there's any interest in that with the elders, if they would be interested in coming, going on a trip like that, or anywhere like that. And we could get a tour, we could have a tour group. Is there any interest with the elders? So, I'll talk to, I don't know who I'll talk to, but I'll ask somebody to see if we can maybe arrange something to have a meeting with those who are interested and just see what we can work out. And it would cost us maybe $20 each or something like that just to cover the gas, and then that would be it. And then our shopping and like if we want to go to the casino, that's what we're going to spend there. Okay? Thank you.
More ideas from the elders on economic development. Economic development is an important part of this community, and we need economic development to prosper. Otherwise, we're just constantly asking for money. We need our own money. We need our own economic development projects.
Hi, my name is Marlene Henderson. My parents were Stanley Henderson and my mom was Marie Clark. I wanted to say, I heard everything here, but I wanted to talk about, to mention our children that are stuck in CFS for as a community and their descendant generation, to bring them back home. They should be in there at least for a community for us to get our grandchildren back, even our nephews and nieces that are stuck in there. I raised up my 6 grandchildren for the last 8 years. I have full custody of my grandchildren. I've been doing it all on my own, by myself for the last 8 years. I had my partner with me, but he's gone. But I just wanted to bring this issue up about our babies. We need help, even the ones in the city, to help the mothers in the city, to try to get some kind of treatment or help. I know a majority of them lost their kids because of the meth, because of the drugs. I know if we could just support them, give them support, nieces, nephews, or whatever they are, even though you don't know them, still let out your hand to them. Maybe they just need somebody to listen to, for them to talk to, and you could be that ear that you talk to. And, because that's the only way it's going to work for the 7th generation, because who's are our grandchildren? Who's are the next generation? Are they the kids that are stuck in care? Even if you're a grandma, auntie, maybe if you have a heart to help out your nephew, niece, grandchildren, that's about 15 minutes later, I seen she took the comment off, and then 10 minutes later, I seen her change her mind about, wanting to live and fight for her kids that were stuck in CFS. And that's like the third time her kids are in CFS, and she doesn't do drugs that I know of, but anyway, but that's all I wanted to share, as a community, I think we gotta get our kids back from CFS. If I could take any more kids into my home, I would, I raised up my own 4 kids by myself, now I'm raising up my 6 grandchildren, And I just wanted to bring that out because I didn't hear anybody talk about the kids that are suffering and being stuck in CFS. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks, Vivek.
For economic development. So, we were trying to open up the garage for some time. We found somebody that has their papers. Joey Gershing, the bus driver, he couldn't do it right away, but we're going to ask him, see if he would want to open it up and then grab some other extra community members that will do their work. But we all are mechanics here at Sagkeeng. We all know what to do with the vehicles. Not like changing your tire or anything. Not like me. But also, there's a lot of stuff that we have to look into. We need proposals that we need to set up so that we can do things in the community. Because everybody has a plan. Everybody has something in their mind that they can use or work on, right? For a business of their own. Like Davis was talking about what she was trying to do there. She opened up a business there. And that's what we need to do here in the community, to create jobs for our community members. And we need that. And the only way we can do it is that we look at these proposals, we work on them together and try to figure out how we get funding for them all the time. And then where we can always get its own funding. Like the garage, for instance. Make its own funding after later on in the future as we get it there. There's a lot of stuff in there, there's a lot of equipment in there already. There's nothing wrong with somebody who will start working on it. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Donish. It's correct that we need to invest in economic development if we're going to be able to meet the needs of the community. We can't do it all with government money. We have to create revenues, source revenues, to be able to do that. And so also moving into the next agenda item there, the capital barracks. That's got to be a major part of our economic development study. It could be a major development there, probably $1 billion development, housing, parking blocks, and all these other developments that we're going to do there. And Sagkeeng owns 1/7 of that development there. So there's 7 lands that are part of Treaty 1, and we're 1/7 owners of 109 acres there. And that's the property that's going to be developed. And so right now we're with the capital barracks, we're looking for a new CEO for the Economic Development Corporation there. And once we get that in order, we'll be able to go and raise the capital that's needed to develop that property. That area that's where the land is situated is prime real estate. And what I'm telling the board of directors there that are the chiefs that we shouldn't need $1 nickel of government money to develop that property. Just the land alone is worth millions. We should be able to leverage money off of that land to develop that property. And the person that we're going to be looking for to be a CEO of that corporation has to be somebody that knows how to tap into money in the mainstream. And then also knows how to develop real estate. Because in the end, what that property is, it's a piece of real estate that we have to develop. And so we'll be looking at doing that over the next 2 months. But also what's important there is that land has come under what's called the First Nations Land Management Act. And so when you set up the First Nations Land Management Act, you have more authority on how you manage that land. Right now, if you lease land on the reserve, and there's lease payments that come in, that's totally in affairs. But right now, on a commercial venture, but when you go under the land management act, you have total control over how the land is managed. And so, Sagkeeng here, we have to have a land vote over the next 2 months before September to agree to be part of the Land Management Act with respect to that piece of property only. The Land Management Act won't have any authority on the reserve land there, only the caveat land. And so over the next 2 months, we'll be getting ready to have a land management vote in Sagkeeng and on reserve. And I believe the land vote has to be 50% plus one. And the people have to agree to convert that land to a regime under the Land Management Act. And so that will be a major economic development property for Sagkeeng, being part of the Treaty 7, the 7 Treaty 1 lands. So we'll be doing that land over the next 2 months.
I just wanted to add there and reiterate what Chief was saying, that it's important to understand that Sagkeeng leadership is not agreeing to this First Nations Land Management Act on the reserve. This is only specifically for the lands at Sagkeeng. And when we have an opportunity, we need the community's input as to how we set aside and deal with our land issues here. But the meetings that will be coming, they're going to be consultation meetings, information meetings, and at the end of it, there's going to be a ratification vote that's going to come to the community. It's at no cost to us. Treaty 1 is looking after all the provisions throughout the consultation process, as well as the ratification vote. And they have hired, I believe, Bert Graff as the electoral officer for the ratification vote. Bert Ratty. So I just wanted to add that much. English.
What I'd like to see is in terms of creating investment opportunities and partnerships, that our first priority, I think, should be creating those investment opportunities and partnerships with other First Nations, other tribal governments, not just in Canada, but in the United States and other places too, because there's more than just us, right? And if we strengthen those relationships, tribal relationships, that means all of us are strengthened. Not just Anishinaabe, not just the Cree or people from the BC coast, but everybody. And that only strengthens us as original people. So I'd like to see that as part of an economic development plan. The other thing I think we need to really understand is that in order to create investment and partnership, like these kinds of partnerships, especially economic partnerships, is that we need stability. That means we need stability as a community. So the more that we heal, the more that we do, the more that we're able to govern ourselves in a good way. That creates stability. That creates an environment where somebody's going to say, yeah, Sagkeeng has it together. Let's put some of our money there. Let's partner with those people because they have the capacity to give us a return on our investment. So I think having that mindset and creating and building and strengthening that relationship between your people here amongst yourselves, it's imperative, because governments lose points, lose that capacity to intake investment when there's instability. When Quebec was going through their referendum votes on whether they had the audacity to say that they wanted to separate from this country when they know full well they're on Anishinaabe land. When they were going through that, Canada's investment ability to take investment was damaged because of that. That's because they saw Canada as being unstable because of that. So the more that we support stability in our government, and the more stable they become as a unit, as a governing unit, the better it is for us.
I just wanted to ask a little bit about education there. You know, you never talk about education and the needs of the kids. Like I've heard, we don't have enough teachers, we don't have enough books, so you know, our children are suffering because of that, and I think we have to look at that seriously and try and do something about it.
We wish, sir.
In 3 months' time, it was maybe it will be like a ये नहीं कर दिया मेरे को पानी इसका हुआ मेरे को वो आवश्यक शिक्षा कभी के लिए क्या कभी नो मनी आवाज का बिजली तो भी मारना स्कीम नहीं कर तो कोई ना स्कीम नहीं कर के लिए नहीं को आगे करने को भी मिलता kan die ook even opgeven, minister van de 1800 listenare, hangi tecno, hangi video, hangi tecno, hangi telegram, telegram, che ave già video, chi stai line di non è, tanti altri passi nel mondo, che le grandi casine. Voi non si state, voi non si state, voi non si state, per cui ci vede, voi ne avete, voi ne avete, voi ne avete, ma dove si stava, voi ne avete, voi la firma non avete, quando vedete che il massimo ma voi avete, il perché da vedere come vi danno io. Ah, grazie.
Okay, for translation, I don't know how many of you understood what Old Swampy, Wilfred Swampy had just said. So, my name is Lillian Cook, Agapin Doji. My name is Victoria Jagokwe, and I see you Jagokwe, I didn't know that, and I show my help. But, I was asked here today to do a translation, so I'll do my best to translate as to what was just said today by Wilfred, because I don't know how many of you understood Anishinaabemowin. You know, so I think it's important that you all hear. I understood, you know, but it was directed at the chief that he's a thief. That he's been elected to take a lot of money, and that's why he's here. He's not here for the people, but because he was elected, and now that's why he's here. He's only been here for 3 months, and already he stole lots of money. Lots of money is what he's being accused of. So, that's exactly. So, that's why I was asked just to translate what was said here today. Now, I don't know what all the money that the chief has stolen, but this chief in particular is what it's being directed at. That's what's being shared. And, yeah, so I'm sorry that, you have to deal with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we don't need the accusations. We don't know what is going on. This is what we're trying to find out. We don't need to accuse anybody. We just need answers. Okay, any other questions? Hold on. We're going through questions. We're not trying to get a bunch of statements blurted out here. That's an elder's opinion.
Yeah, but that's not true.
Oh, it's all accusations. People, please, I'm only trying to state what I'm seeing. It's all accusations.
She would have said something when the other chief was here.
Oh, remember.
Right on.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. Where's our 7 teachings? You guys are doing the 7 bad, deadly sins. We need order. We need order. We need laws. We need to get ourselves into gear. We can't create anything for Sagkeeng if we're going to be like this.
It's very secluded, and I need my lawn done. I don't know where to go. I've asked about 4 different places, and they tell me just go here, go there, and this lady this morning told me, I don't want to mention her name, but she said they don't do anything for elderly anymore. You have to go to the council. And this is just this is not against anybody, but I really need my yard and it's starting to look was a jungle between the two houses. I can't even let the little guy out because the foxes are coming on the stairs. And there's apparently wolves around my area. So I just look across the net, the air's there, and you know, that's even the driveway, it's just like the grass is so high, you can't even see when people are driving in. You know, so I'm just asking, like, if somebody is coming with my dog, or where do I go? You know, like, I'm asking for help.
We know that there's people that are cutting the grass currently in Sagkeeng, so chief and council.
Bonjour, Joshua Benexi, Sophia Chef, British There's one thing that's bothering me, and nobody even brought it up today. And so I know it's at the end of the day, and I don't like, you know, kicking a dead dog. I love dogs. But anyways, we talked about it this morning, and I was waiting to see, because Josh addressed the whole issue of the rumors and also, what am I doing? The rumors and the financial statement that was put out on Facebook. I'm concerned for those ones that are listed on that accounts receivable, because I'm trained in accounting, and the reason it bothers me is because when you put something in accounts receivable, it's saying that those people owe money to the company or to the band. So maybe it was a mistake, an accounting error or whatever, but nobody is addressing that. And I'd like a report on how that's going to be moved and where it should have been. The other thing is, who leaked that information? Because I'm wondering about confidentiality regarding people's names. Yeah. When you get financial statements, you have everything all lumped in different expenses and stuff like that, and all the accounts. It's only financial people or executive that gets the general ledger. So that paper that was put out was actually confidential information, and I implore the chief and council to find out how it was leaked, who leaked it, and will there be any charges?
Legitimate question on accountability and transparency.
Bonjour, I'm Stephen also known as Eric. I had just come to listen a little bit. I was hoping not to come and listen to arguments and fighting, but that's just the reality of the issues our community faces. And I think the big message here for you, leadership and community, I think the work keeps being sounded in here that on some level and at some point we need to decide to work together, to find how it is to work together, what does it mean to work together, how we go about doing that to work together. If you attend the ceremonies or if you attend that way of life, then in the lodges and in the many lodges that I attend to, that they speak of working together, how we go about doing that. Our ceremonies, the way that we went about doing things, teaches us how to do that. Right? Even this meeting, did we start with a pipe ceremony? Was this whole meeting led by a pipe? One of the main gifts of our people given to us by Creator was the pipe, the sacred pipe that leads us. It's always been that we come from our heart. We come from our heart to discuss things. So it's important that we get back to our ways. It's no secret in Canada what it has happened.
our community, there was a residential school right here that had a big effect on how we deal with one another, and how we deal with grievances. What's going on here is grievances. Steady grievances. This person mad at that. I just come to listen, but shame on. I was asked to share a few words, and I'm happy to do that. And the words that I'll share, right, is that we need to start acting appropriately. We're all adults in here. We need to start acting. You can't expect children, you can't expect the youth to know what that means if we don't show that ourselves. If we're not walking this way of respect, we're not walking the way that they mentioned, the 7 teachings. What about the 7 basic laws of life? Honesty, sharing, respect, faith. What about those 4? Do we understand those 4? How do we make those 4 work in the things that we do as an Anishinaabe and community leadership here? I don't see them. Maybe it's important that we start to learn them. At some point, we all have to stop and learn from what had happened to our people, or what happened to our families, and what happened to our elders. We need to take that responsibility and learn and walk. But all that is a slow process, and we do our best to walk that way. So I ask, most of you know me here, and my words, I've always been helpful to the community. I was always there trying to help the community in whichever way that I can. That hasn't changed, and that's not going to change. To help our people, whatever state they may be in, or however we want to label them, right? To me, we're an Anishinaabe. To me, whoever's out there struggling, then we do our best to help them, right? That's our work. That's the work that we need to push forward and learn. If we need to go back and learn some of our sacred ways, then let's go back and learn those sacred ways. Learn the way of this drum, learn the way of this pipe. Otherwise we're going to continue this continuous grievances, hurting one another, saying something. I mean, that's pointless. We do that forever. Maybe it's time we make some decisions for the future, how we're going to go about doing that. Now I'm going to bring up one grievance, and this relates to me, and it relates maybe to my family. But where you're setting precedents in this community. When I grew up in this community, there was a lot of bullying that took place. And then leadership came in, fired people, and put new people in there. And it was a cycle of new people, in and out, in and out. So this new council comes in, new chief and council. All of a sudden there's a whole bunch of people being let go. And you ask the question, well, why? Where is it? I didn't know that chief and council was HR, human resources. Where did that come from? Where did those decisions come from? How was those decisions made? I know in the past little while they fired, or some people were let go. I don't know how many, right? But I know my nephew was one of them, right? How we go about doing that? Where's the paperwork for that? Whose decision was that? We talk about transparency and all those big words. Well, let's see it. What's going on? So that's a grievance, and there's proper ways of doing these grievances. We want to go back to our traditions. We want to remember who we were as Anishinaabe. Well, as men, we stood by the fire. We stood would let us say goodbye with the pipe. We always led our prayer, we always led our discussions under that light. Just a simple reminder to us, a simple reminder for me. Jimmy Rich.
That is very wise words. I'm going to take the mic back to the Chief and Council because we're running out of time. Well,
If he's not going to give me the mic, I just want to speak right here.
Okay, well, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
I just wanted to add to what Jennifer Smith was saying and Eric about civility and working together. My name is Anthony Gerard. I'm a proud city member. And I drove from Winnipeg to come here. And I just want to acknowledge Chief and Council for sitting out there and taking, what's being said to them and staying there. And I want to acknowledge every single person here that came and said stuff, because that's our right. We have the right to say, it doesn't matter who it offends, we have a right to our own opinion. And I just wanted to say, to add on what Jennifer Smith was saying about stability, if our men in our community were working, good things happen. There was a study done when men work in communities, children go to school, children eat, attendance is better. So many things happen when men are working. So my only concern is this: if we have our children, our men working, our women at home, or there's lots of working women here, I see lots. But if we have our people working, we'll have stability. We'll have our children. Look, if we have 36 graduates in Sagkeeng, I think that's the highest. I'm so proud of every single person in Sagkeeng for, their grandchildren, their nieces, their nephews. And you know what, let us double that next year. But I just wanted to say that, once we have our men working and our people all working, our community will be stable. And that's not a hard thing to do. And our chief comes from an organization that employs people. So I just wanted to add that because I think that's important. And then I just wanted to thank everyone that came here. I think that this is a good thing, and thank everyone that spoke to me much.
Thank you for that. Third question in the back. Hang on, give me a second. I'm just about getting over. Thank you, everybody, for the questions. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I came here today, I never thought at the band meetings, but ever since the chief and couple of councilors hired some people in our community, it's not fair. Are those jobs not for post? Who are you going to put there? The ones that got fired, you have enough for post? We need jobs. We put the workers back there and the ones that got all dressed and families. That's not fair. Everybody needs a job. They have families. And for the ones that couldn't make it to the grads because of funerals, I have respect for that. But to fire somebody just like that, I lost respect for 3 of us. That's not fair. I didn't come here to get mad, but that's what's hitting me right now. It's what it is like. I have no respect for you, Chief. None at all.
comes in, there's changes in the community. They have ideas that they want to put out there. They see things that they observe from the outside, and they see things that they want to change. And everybody in this community is always saying that there needs to be change. Things aren't going good. Things are not this way. Things should be that way. Well, they're trying to do change, and I think we need to stick together. We need to support and to look. And yeah, if there's changes that are being made, people like, oh, maybe there's a reason for it. You don't know what's going on inside or underneath.
I actually just wanted to ask a question or just give a statement with regards to education. So I just was wondering, will there be any future solutions in regards to housing for youth looking to pursue post-secondary schooling? I know that for a fact that a great barrier for students in our community is housing. They won't leave because they can't find anything affordable. And my question is, will Chief and Council consider this an issue or priority in the future development of Sagkeeng?
Thank you.
Hi, it's me again, Dorothy Swampy. I just wanted to say that sometimes when we all get together, people want to pour their heart out. And sometimes at meetings like this is the only chance they get. They don't mean to be mean, but since COVID locked up so many people, and a lot of loved ones passed from it, it was a chain of hurt since COVID started. And to stand here and try and give our grievances sometimes at the wrong place, sorry for that. We should have a place like this where we can all have a chance to say what really hurts and to let out the garbage that we've collected and the hurt from seeing our loved ones pass. That's why when we get a chance to grab the mic, we say things that doesn't pertain to the meeting. We need help as well. Our elders, our people, our youth need to talk. They need to let out their hurts and not to insult anyone by any means. It's not, I don't follow the red road that you call it. I'm a born-again Christian, and that's who I serve is Jesus. And that's all I want to say. I don't want to take any of your bow and arrows, your spears in my heart. I'm saying it with a good heart. But us too, we need a place to talk. We're dying inside by keeping ugly stuff in there. Make room for us to open a place for us where we can all talk. And eventually, all the ugly stuff will all be friends. Thank you.
Anyway, that's some very strong words there. Ladies and gentlemen, let me add, we are all traumatized. We are all traumatized. We have all been through some hell. But we're still here. You're all survivors.
We were talking about the capital barriers. A lot of our students are struggling to get education. They're struggling. They have to drive to Sagkeeng in the winter time when it's all icy and it's dangerous. They have to travel back and forth. And you guys we're part of the capital barriers, and they're able to do developments for the students, for them to go stay there. And I know up north usually pays for the students to come to the city to come get their education. They pay for their rent and everything. And because we're so close, we don't qualify. With the capital barriers, our youth is going to be putting up suites for the students that need to do their education.
I'm even off, and There was a lady that asked me to bring up an issue that she has. Her son has a small house. I think that small house was taken from Camp Beach. Remember that? I think that's the house that she's talking about. It hasn't been repaired. It needs repairs. He lives there, sleeps there. He goes somewhere else during the day. So she wanted you to, I don't know if you've taken a look at it yet. A brick bundle across the river. His mother is Linda. Anyway, she said, can you bring that up for me? And I said, I would. So anyway, that's the reason why I'm bringing it up. But you also need to look at the elders. They live on a limited income and they're paying rent. I know of 3 of them anyway that are paying rent on their homes that they live in. And these ones are already, like you said, moldy, falling apart. So those ones, take a serious look at it because there are others who got to start taking care of them, like you said. They should be looked at. And this one is here for Dwight. The track line areas. There's not only one track segment. There's a few of them. But what happened to the ones that had track lines before? I know that the area that we have, and it's a big area, down towards, what is it? Trans-license area. That's where our traffic system is. And that's where we have a lot of attitude cut to. So the animals know, but there's also, they want to know what's going on in the trap line. And like you said, there's the human resource in our community. A lot of us have gifts. A lot of us have a lot of thoughts and opinions. We know what we need, and we need to be heard. A lot of times, like Eric said, and whoever said that all this COVID has separated our band. We're fighting each other, which is not right. I don't hate anybody. I never hate anybody. It's time that we take care of one another. We used to do that a long time ago. We never used to let our elders go hungry, or if anybody who had no hope, they were brought in. I know my grandparents brought in, and they didn't get no money. There was a lot of people that went through my grandmother's house. And she fed them, and she fed them. They had a place to sleep. We have a lot of homeless people here in Sagkeeng, and it shouldn't be. We shouldn't have any homeless. So think about that also. The other thing that I want to bring up is tax exemption. That's a treaty right. It's our treaty right under Treaty 1, Treaty 2, up to number 5. But we never get that treaty exemption. You go shopping in town, you don't get that treaty exemption. I go back to Bonnie and I buy stuff. I get tax exemption. They ask me what's your status on, and I give it away, and they bring my stuff down, let me take it. So why is it good for some and not for others? That's another thing that, as chief and council, you have to look at. And you talk about the land that. I guess for me, I'm a little afraid of it. We gave up a lot whole territory is ours. Why do we want to go under an act? An act that, is it going to represent us? Is it going to be beneficial for us? You know, I know the government in 1996 had land management regime, Stephen Harper, and they tried to bring that in. They're trying to change us into a municipality. And why should we? This is our land. This is our community. Let's take a hold of it and say, no more. No, we've had enough. Okay? You ready?
So I gave, Marilyn again here, I gave a copy each to Chief and Council because under this band assembly agenda, it said their mission statement this morning was Sagkeeng Anishinaabe leadership will promote a safe, healthy, inclusive environment for our staff and members to enhance our community and protect our Anishinaabe, not maybe not as a win. So with that, I gave them each a paper. As a governing body and as your lawmakers, we're asking you now to follow what was signed in June 7th of 2019 because all the teachers asked me, they're afraid of their jobs and they have to sign a code of conduct not to post anything during work orders. During work hours, work hours, so that goes the same reason to be our role models for not to post, but only post on the Sagkeeng First Nation, either the Facebook page or the website, just those two places. If you all have Facebook, that's your personal stuff, but not to put our business in any of yours personal pages, because you have people from across Canada sometimes on your pages, right? So the teachers are asking that, so they asked me to pose this question, because a lot of them are scared to face the consequences of getting fired because there's so many that are on the chopping block. That's what I was told. And I said, yes, there is, and I don't mind to bring this forward to you, as I said. So that's what this is about. The other thing being that Bernie Robinson had mentioned, the list that I phoned him this morning after feeling upset and disturbed, and I realized that thing was from 10 plus years ago in Dominic Fontaine days when it was written kitchen crack. I said that's when we had the 10 homes that were fixed by Denver Restoration, mold and restoration. So that whoever changed the date on it, I don't owe no damn $70,000. My girls never got one damn home in this community, and I was in council. I could have been dirty and gave one of my kids a house. I never did that. I owe this man nothing. My severance package is certainly sitting at the superstore, which you can actually repair. And I commend Bo not to worry. Because when I sat there just like Joe did, we got scolded by the people doing the language. We took that because they're allowed to come back to us. They're allowed to scold us. And that's part of it. So don't feel bad. Well, I know that you're an elder and I respect him. And he's feeling frustrated. Maybe the words that came out today were wrong because of his frustration on his own. You shouldn't be living like that. He tried to borrow my RV and I was going to let him because they're pensioners. But he changed his mind. So anyway, that list that was made that was wrong. I don't know who gave that to you, but it's circulated. I think that you gotta watch what you take as well. It's just like, you know what I'm saying, like it hurts people. And if you want to post something about members, then post them monthly. Everybody. Don't just pick and choose who you're going to target. Don't do that because I don't think it's right, DJ. So please be careful. And my last point being, since I'm standing here in front of you, I don't know when this meet, but I think it's time that you allow the elders to go and sit in your meetings and be witnesses to make sure that these all get along and work together till September. You guys.
That is a fantastic idea, getting elders to come into the meetings along with the chief and council.
Well, my name is Mark Mina. We're supposed to have an awareness like tomorrow. But since they took some action, we're planning a big event and trying to shoot for August or September, I guess. August would be better. And I asked Chief and Council, well, I asked Chief and spoke with somebody from the health center, the circuit, to get a letter to all organizations, not organizations, all First Nations communities to invite their chiefs or their council, because this is not only our community, it's affecting all of our First Nations communities. So we can all network together and share ideas how to prevent what's happening in our community with the drugs. We lost 2 people again not too long ago. And you know, 3 weeks ago I found out that there's been a drug task force for the past 8 years. I found this out 3 weeks ago. There was a drug task force for the past 8 years. And this was somebody from the health center. Where's the information that was given to them? We could have bought all of we lost a lot of people for the past 2 to 3 years with drugs society. Where is that information? That information should have been bought for Chief and Council, and it should have been put out there. But then when I started planning for, we're going to include all First Nations and the First Nation leadership for August. We're shooting for August, probably a 2-day event. We haven't really sat down yet, but that's one of our plans for that new edition.
Hello, Sharon again. I'd just like to make a suggestion to Chief and Council, and that is to your weekly meetings that we get individuals sitting in there, at least 5 people, 2 from the North Shore, 2 from the South Shore, and 1 from Winnipeg. So this way, if you guys are really sincere about accountability and transparency, then have these people sit in there, and it doesn't have to be the same people every week. It could be different people, just sitting there quietly taking notes, saying, okay, yeah, actually are working together. The other thing, 4 years is a long time. I suggested before that because it's 4 years, let's do a forensic audit once in those 4 years. Why? If people really want transparency, let's do a forensic audit and see where the money goes. That's all I have to do.
Thank you.
Hello. I'd like to just point people were asking who shared that information when I did. Because there's people out there that have a lot of questions. You know, we talk about one side of leadership, but we're also talking about the other side, the people that are poor. And they're asking, well, how come we go to them and they tell us there's nothing for us? And then they see a list and they say, well, how come these people owe so much money? What makes them so special? How come I'm told no? You know, so yeah, I pass this around. I don't have any difficulty saying that I'm one because someone asked me to. And you know, those things should not be kept away from the people. You know, everyone here that sits here, we get funding. You're all counted in that funding. Well then how come we're not treated equal? And this is what, you know, EJ stood for. And I supported him, and I don't have any problem saying I'll stand up here and saying so. And also, I voted I don't like to see what's happening. It's been, I mean, I saw so much when I was in prior leadership, and it's still going on, because we're not dealing with it. And it's going to continue if we don't put a stop to it. That's what we need to do, to work together. You know, we have to clear up all of this. And people have to start looking at those that are really suffering in the community and stop putting themselves ahead of everybody else. You know, having an education doesn't mean you have a good heart. You know, we have to start sharing with the community. Like, I don't have my day school money, and I give so much of it to help, you know, people, which I shouldn't have to do. You know, sometimes I tell them, why don't you ask previous leadership? Go to them for help, but they're not being helped. And that's not right, you know? So anyway, I just also have a lot of difficulty while we're fighting here. The government out there is doing left and right, you know, trying to give us more and more, you know, to become, you know, everything they took from us. Look at that mine. You know, what's happening in that mine? We have investors from Australia, from China. And all that money is going to go over there, and here we are fighting. We're in poverty. There's buildings being built in that body already to house workers from somewhere else. What about the jobs that are supposed to go to the people here? We never had those people come here from those mining companies to come and tell us what they're going to do in our territory. They never told us how much we're going to get. We heard royalties. We didn't even have a chance to invest. China is there, Australia is there. What about us? That's our territory, that's our land. You know, we have to have healing. Our people need healing. Because once you get well, then you know you're worthy. And you know you deserve as much as your neighbor. You know you deserve as much as that person driving in a fancy car because they're getting it from the land and they're not. We need to make our people, make them realize how they're all worthy. We're all worthy, and that's what the goal is, should be for Sagkeeng. Each and every one of us are worthy of Sagkeeng because we're members of Sagkeeng, and that's how we should be treated, and that's why I voted for EJ, and I'll stand by EJ. You got
One more question. Way back.
Hello, my name is Kimberly. I just want to say, I just want to commend the Chief and Council for actually giving us some economic information. This is the first time in more than 10 years that I've been attending band meetings where we've actually heard how much money the band has received for certain things. And I just want to commend that, like it's been so long. And following up on some of the questions around the housing in the city, again, this is why it's so important for the community members to know the economics of our community. We had housing in the city. We had an apartment building that was made for our students, our single parents. What happened to that? A lot of money, resources, time went into getting that resource for our people, and it's gone. And yet, as far as I know, the community has not been explained what happened. Why did we lose that resource? And here we are again, years later, saying we need this resource. If we don't know what happened, if we don't know how it was managed, why we lost it, then how do we know we're not going to repeat those same mistakes? So I would like to see that we continue on having this information, this economics around the money that the band receives and how it is spent. There's other communities that do that. They give this financial information to their people. It shouldn't be controversial. And I mean, our leadership takes responsibility to make these decisions on our behalf. They should be confident in the decisions they're making and be able to defend the decisions they make. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over the mic to Mr. Dylan Cachet now, Councillor Dylan. And he's going to make a brief introduction for us.
Good afternoon. So I do realize it's been a long day and we have lots of input that we need to work towards. I want to give our attention now to one item that we wanted to do as leadership. As you know, our people have went through many atrocities, 60 Scoop in particular. So we have a Sagkeeng band member who has been home here for a month or so. And I'd like to introduce her to the community because she was taken away, you know, when she was young. And she comes from the late former chief Ted Fontaine's family. So at this time I'd like to introduce Anya.
I just made some notes to make sure that I don't talk too long or ramble like I'm already starting to do. So my name is Ara May Sauvage. I was born Bonnie May Fontaine. Marjorie Fontaine was my mother. Margaret Trueheart was my grandmother. And I speak the names of the women in my family because our people were matriarchal and matrilineal. I am a legacy of the Roman Catholic Church, meaning I'm a direct result of the church in our community. Because our ancestors were forced into the Catholic run school, because Black Robe Catholic priests told our people, sorry, that was really bad timing. But it's because the Black Robe Catholic priests told our people that the Christian way was the truth, as it states on the front of the church. Because our First Nation ways were seen as a lie by the settlers. My grandfather and a lot of our ancestors were groomed to believe that our ways were wrong. As a result, my grandfather, George Fontaine, he felt shame. And he decided that I wasn't good enough to grow up in the community with my people. And so he sent me out for adoption when I was 5 months old. He didn't know the life of abuse and loneliness that he was sentencing me to in that non-Indigenous world. I believe that George didn't know that I would be trafficked to a racist white family, to be colonized in what came to be called the 60s Scoop. There seems to be a little bit of misunderstanding of what the 60s Scoop was, and I think it's due to the name. It did not just happen in the 60s. It started in the 50s. It went to the 1980s. In that time, 30 to 35,000 First Nations kids were somehow apprehended or illegally obtained, or in my case, given up for adoption. And we were trafficked to white people because it was cheaper than the residential schools. In the 1950s, they started realizing that what was happening at the schools was that the kids were going back to their communities, and that was the exact opposite goal of the residential schools. Residential schools was meant to kill the Indians so that you wouldn't return to your communities. And it was to solve, that the 60s Scoop was a silent act of warfare that was meant to help solve the Indian problem. The goal of the 60s Scoop was to permanently remove children like me from the land had no land to return to, which is what worked in my case. Since I returned almost 4 weeks ago to Sagkeeng, I have spent much time with George and my ancestors over in the cemetery. So I apologize if people have heard me yelling and screaming and crying. I suffer from CPTSD because of all the abuse and trauma that I endured as a child. And so when I'm triggered, I scream and yell and I cuss. Like every second word is the F word and I never swear. So that's how you can tell when I'm having a PTSD attack. But I've spent a lot of time over in the cemetery, so I understand now that George did what he had to do to survive. He was born in 1900. The racism in that time was 20 times worse than what we experience here today. So I try to keep that in mind, that we are still seen as savages who can read and write thanks to the white supremacists and the architect of the residential school, John A. Drunkard. I don't call him his name because he always referred to our people as savages and barbarians. He never called us people. He never referred to us as humans. He saw us as savages who could read and write, so I don't have to say his name. But also to this end, I would like to take the opportunity to say that I'm sorry to all the survivors. I'm sorry that you were ever made to feel that you weren't good enough the way that you were. That you were ever made to feel like you were wrong for being an Anishinaabe, being a human being. And I would also like to say Chini Wedge to you, because if you hadn't survived, none of us would be here. I know that I may not have been seen as worthy by my grandfather, but I also know he was wrong. The same way that I know that the priests were wrong when they told our ancestors that they were not worthy. And so I hope to be able to contribute to the community. I have a bachelor's degree in sociology and political science, and I have a bachelor's degree in religion as well. Because I wanted to understand why people hated each other and dehumanize them. And I found that out. And in a nutshell, what it comes down to is the lack of respect, not love. And unfortunately, this is my first meeting. I mean, I wasn't at work, this is my first meeting. This was my first meeting, and unfortunately, what I witnessed here was a lot of disrespect. When people were talking, there was conversations going on amongst people up here, and there were conversations going on amongst people over here. And when you talk, you can't hear what other people are saying. So we're missing a lot. And this is why I know it's one of the things for why our people are in such a disbalance and unbalance. There's so much disrespect. We were treated with so much disrespect by everybody. I know because I grew up in a life of disrespect, where I was treated like nothing. So I know it's hard to give respect when you've never been taught it. Yeah, but I think that that's just it, though. I think that one of the things, we were talking about what you asked what we wanted to see as a people, and I've just come back, so I don't feel like I have any right to say what I want, because I don't know enough about the lay of the land type of thing. But I will say that I was really shocked and surprised to find that there were 2 churches that occupy land in the community, and the fact that I'm homeless, and I know that I'm just one person, but I know that there's a lot of other people who are homeless, and we've heard Dorothy was speaking about having a place for grievances and stuff like that, and it would be nice to reappropriate those lands and take them back and flip them so that we are, as people have said here, finding our ways again and learning about our ways and learning about respect. And it was Chinipech for letting me speak. And I'm also sorry if I offended anybody with what I said. That's not my intention. I'm just trying to speak my truth. English.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the agenda is now finished. We'd like to thank everybody for coming over, and we're going to do a couple of draws here. So I'll hand over my Kate. I guess apparently there was no draw. Somebody forgot the draw. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming. You all been great. We all learned a lot today. We all have our chief and council here to thank. And Dylan wants to. Dylan just said, just to make up for the lack of a draw here, they're going to do some draws for the community. So, be prepared and watch out for this. And once again, thank everybody for coming. Remember, we're all traumatized. We all have a togetherness. We're all the same. We're all a nation